Well, I guess I don't have to stay on the waiting screen for a long time there. There were like 80 people already in here. That might be the most I've had in a waiting room, honestly. Big Ben, what's up, man? This is a historic interview. People said they're waiting for me. Well, I'm waiting for Elon and Trump. This is like a huge thing. It's like a massive game. Before a massive game, you can feel it. It's the energy. We just got crazy numbers that just came out. And this is a huge thing. It's going to be all over Twitter. Or excuse me, all over X. I want to get that right every single time. That's my bad. Dude, this is huge. This is huge. Yeah, dude. I really thought that Ben, when he said that he's LGBT and they're going to put him in a camp, he's obviously trolling. I mean, he kind of hit it well, but it's unfortunate. What's up, Spectacular? What's up, man? This is a live interview. Yes, I mean, I actually didn't even hear, but they're gonna hopefully be in the same room and everything like that. Let's make sure it's not one of these spaces or anything like that. But I think it's on Trump's account. But I mean, it'll probably show up right here, I'm guessing. Let me just turn this up. So we've got Trump right here. Trump is getting a crazy amount of engagement on all these tweets, or all these posts, obviously. He's posting some stuff, some propaganda. I want to see if they talk about, if I can find that voter registration thing really quickly. Liberals said they're boycotting X tonight. They're not going to be on. They're running scared again. Trump is too much of an alpha male. They ran from him. Yeah, they did. You're right. They did a blackout, I guess. It's not going to affect, I don't think, anything. This must have been Kamala during her primary run, if they're talking about Iowa. Yeah, that was a video from a while ago. She's giving amnesty to all the illegals for sure, so I don't understand how people think her immigration is going to be tougher than Trump's. It makes no sense. They're arguing that. Trump was caught flying. Well, no, that was because of a hydraulics issue. They had to use a plane. I mean, that's why. They tried spinning it like, oh, he's connected to Epstein. Could be a Twitter Spaces that craps out. Yeah, remember the Ron DeSantis thing. The Ron DeSantis failed launched campaign. Biden is trying to implement no tax on tips now. Yeah, dude, that is crazy. So Trump comes out with it, and then Kamala does it, and I think the Democrats realized, oh, wait, we have to actually try this, to actually do it because we're in office, and it's a token thing now. I mean, they never should have said that in the first place. They just should have given it to... Yeah, dude, you know what, dude? Paxton, YouTube has got to do something about that. Are you talking about all those Tesla fake things where you donate? I was looking at all this, the streams, and they're all just fake Tesla scams. How is YouTube not being able to police that? I mean, all you have to do, it's a honeypot. Just search Elon Trump interview. 9 out of 10 of all of them are fake and just they're not real. And now they get into people's accounts via an email. They send them an email, and you click on the link, and they have access to everything. And then they change your account to Tesla, and then they put, send money here, send me 1/10 of an Ethereum here, and you get 1 ETH back. It's total crap. YouTube, if you're hearing this, go look up Trump Elon interview. Ban all of those. It's a honeypot. There's probably hundreds of them you can ban right now. And obviously that's not going to help with the bots, the bot comments now. No chat bots. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we haven't had that many chat bots. There's just like 4 or 5 last stream. What? What is it, not live yet? Dude, this dude again is doing the same shit. Wow, dude's doing the same shit. Details not available. Does anyone know why this is not working? It is a Twitter space, isn't it? I know. I don't know why it's not working. It already crashed. I can't even join it. I don't know. It's like glitched for me. And then it's got this like thing. I can't even move my freaking screen. It crapped out. Dude, this is crap. Why does Elon Musk keep doing this with these freaking Twitter spaces? They're shit. All right, I'm not gonna get mad. But I thought it was an interview. I mean, look, Alex Jones streams every day, and it's perfectly fine because he uses just the live stream. Dude, the Krassersteins are trying to leech off of Trump again. I couldn't even join it. I mean, is this my computer or something? This doesn't even show up. Join on your phone. I can try and join in on my... You know what? It might work because of iOS. Now, it was working on my phone for a second, and it crashed. But you can get into it. You can get into it. Yeah, it crashed. Dude, this is crap, man. Dude, Elon Musk literally had the exact same thing happen with Ron DeSantis. Why does it have to be a goddamn space? Do call have a link? Is anyone getting it? Yeah, no, it crashed. I mean, I think getting it on desktop is impossible with this computer. Or even, let me try this computer really quick. Oh, this piece of shit. I was already signed in, you dumb mother... Yeah, I did go to his profile and click on his face. Well, the thing is, I have to keep opening up new links because it's glitched. Let me see if I'm going to have to try and get it on my phone. I can't even get it on here. It won't even show up. Well, I got it on here. Look at me. So it's no video. I mean, dude, this is just elevator music. I'll turn it up. Guys. It's no video. It's not going to start till 8 o'clock. I'll turn it up when it starts. I don't understand. These dudes are huge. How can Trump get an IRL thing going with Aiden Ross, but not Musk? Doesn't work on Android. It doesn't work on desktop at all. I cannot do a single thing with this. I can't click anywhere. I can't interact with anything. I don't know if it's like that with I've never even tried to go on a space on here. So I don't know if it's just... I mean, yeah, it's going to be a conversation, obviously. No, I can't get in on here. Maybe someone is streaming it and I can just leech it off of them. I mean, I can listen to it, but yeah, I got it, but it's gonna be on my phone. All right, is this volume good? No, Trump was not flying around in Epstein's plane. His plane had a hydraulic malfunction, so they had an emergency plane to take to Bozeman. It's not that he was flying around in it. But guys, there's no video on this. There's no video on this. It's a Twitter space, which I thought it wasn't going to be. Yeah, there's a ton of people in here. All right, I'll turn it up louder. I'll turn it up louder. I just got to know how loud to have it. It only works on phone, apparently. Yeah, it's not going to work on here. This dude can't get it either. I just says details not available. Can anyone get it on the computer? Dude, here it is. Tesla USA. There's a scam right there. Another scam right here. No, another scam. It's on Tesla. I mean, dude, there's like 40 fake Teslas. You know, it's like... Should I try Microsoft Edge? Oh, god damn. No, it's gonna make me sign in. I'm not gonna sign in, man. I guess I could go to my other screen and sign in, but they're doing AI streams on YouTube. No, it's not. Have you noticed that all right-wing technology platforms? Well, I don't think that's what this is. This is just the guy will not just get rid of these spaces, man. You should have Pelosi come on. Well, it's 8:01. No, it's not on. I'll tell you. I'll play it if it's on. Well, the thing is, I can't, just show these guys because they're going to be talking as well. Can't get in. Figure it out. Well, I mean, listen, you're going to have to go to listen to someone. I have it. It's not a video. It doesn't matter. There's nothing to show. You just have to have the audio. Keeps crashing. Yeah, this is a real letdown. This never should have been done on Spaces. You can't schedule an interview. You can't schedule an interview for 2 weeks out or a week out and then not be able to have an in-person interview. Too many fake accounts. Half of these accounts are fake. This is a fake account. It's not real. There's no watching it, man. Yeah, there's no video. It's a space. So it just it's not gonna. There's no video. Should have just been a YouTube interview. Not even that. You could just do what Alex Jones does. He just live streams and it's fine and it's HD. Tesla US is there's like 500 Tesla US's, man. I'm trying to search it. Yeah, I think this is the main Tesla. Oh no, that's not it. Do you think this is it? 20K subscribers, really? Could be another country interfering. Dude, I don't know. These spaces have been... The problem with the space... It's been multiple times this has been an issue. Yeah, this is a fake channel. Someone was telling me this is it. I'm just going to have to hold it up like this. Unless they figure it out and you can... Go look at the videos they've uploaded. No, this is fake. Oh no, this is a different one. Dude, there's like hundreds of these. They're all fake. It's not real. Those aren't videos, they're playlists. They do that to trick you. There's playlists of other channels. I mean, I actually got in and I've been in. Why does Elon's tech just not work? Because Elon is really just not understanding and listening that this Twitter Spaces it's good for 3,000 people, but it's gotten overloaded now. This is absurd, and it's sad because Musk is too bullheaded. Twitter Spaces is shit. Please stop doing them. I was expecting IRL Trump and Musk to be together. How does Trump be able to be IRL with Aiden Ross but not Musk? Let's watch a Kamala speech. Is she speaking tonight? Alex Jones streaming it. It's working. Just use BlackBerry. BlackBerry, there's the... Oh, it said it's going to start in 30 minutes now. I don't see where it's... I can't even see how many people are in here. It's just got 39K comments, it says. I don't think I'll be able to do that. Hold on. I'm trying to get an extender. God damn it, that's not even the proper thing. Yeah, it's definitely on Tesla US. Come on, man. There's a lot of scam YouTube. I know. I don't know. This is a great honeypot. They should shut them down. They won't shut them down. He's not talking, bro. Come on. I have it. I have it right here. It's on? It's just Trump, it's just Trump playing elevator music. You guys gotta be trolling me. All Tesla US is a scam. Every single thing that says Tesla is a scam, guys. It's all a scam. They've done this for years. Well, I'm going to turn this down then, wait for it to get on. Fucking Christ. $155K? That's not even that much. If that's how many people are in the spaces, well, I mean, there's a lot of people, obviously. It's been on for 15 minutes? No way, dude. It works now, hold music. It says 183K in the space. No one can get it. I'm leaving and rejoining. Oh, now I can't even get back in it. God damn it. Dude, I can't even get back in it, man. I left it and I'm trying to rejoin it. Oh, this is not. Well, Dude, this is pathetic, man. I'm... Yeah, I just fucked myself because I had it too. Yeah, I can't get in it now. I can't get in it now. I don't know if they're gonna start it or there's no way I'm getting it on desktop. There's zero chance of that. It can't. It doesn't even show up. It just automatically glitches out. When you go in, click on the comment bubble. All right, I'll try that. Dude, I can't even get to the point where I can click on it. It's kicking me out so fast. No, I understand what you're saying. No, it just kicks me out still. Well, guys, tell me if it's tell me if it actually starts. A lot of us, and I was in and it kicked me out. So it's clearly playing something, elevator music maybe. I was in it and then left it because I thought it was gonna start, and someone told me it was gonna start, and I was trying to re-enter it because I thought it needed to be. I needed to go back into it. Yeah, they're already saying it's all broken now. What a fucking joke. Maybe there's updates. Man, wait, are none of these... It seems like none of this is loading. Is this all glitched? Dude, I can't even get a photo to load now on desktop off of X. Oh, this loaded. No, I think they're loading, but dude, it's brutal. There's too many people on X. I'm trying to get in and do something. I can't fucking get in this piece of shit fucking app. This app's a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, they broke the internet before it even started. They clearly didn't have the servers. People were warning Elon. They said, make sure you've got the servers for this. Guys, I can make this lighter in this room because the sun went down. It's not going to be... Oh, man, that's a lot better. Jesus. Well... Yeah, there's obviously some type of outage, I'm guessing. I mean... They're probably going to delay it. I mean, Musk needs to tweet something out at least. Tweet something out. If anyone gets it, well, people are just going to troll me and say like, there's no point in even saying that. Yeah, I still can't get it. Some people got through and they got elevator music, and I did, and then I. But there's no way they can do this. They can continue like this. Scary how many how Musk so many yeah, there's scam crypto with Musk, and you have to scan the QR code and donate. Yeah, I know. There's 120K. That happens a lot. People are finally starting to realize it. That needs to be a honeypot. They need to delete those channels, but they won't do it. That's been happening for years. Oh, let me try and get back in again after I quit app. I can't even come close to getting in. I might have to try my iPad. I got in. If I can screen share in Discord if you want to stream it. Couldn't we just do it over the voice chat function? If you want to do that, man, just say it in the live and we'll do it. If I can't get in, if you're still in with the disc with that, if you're in and you've got the elevator music, hit me up on one of these channels, Hangout Room. I don't need to use my microphone. Please stop. Please don't do this to me. Dude, join this if you want. But honestly, dude, it might work. We don't know. Go ahead and play it. I think you have to unmute yourself. I don't know. I don't think I can unmute you. You have to join anonymously to get in. Join? You mean join without without being logged into an account? I'm not even sure you can access it without being logged in now. That's the problem. Man, I literally got... Watch stream? I don't even... what? Oh, this is what you have to do? You're right. Man, I literally got... Turn it up a bit, man. Watch stream? I don't even... what? I'm listening to myself now. Musk tweeted. Well, that's you can't even go on that. DDoS attack. Working on shutting it down. Worst case, we will proceed with a smaller number of live listeners. Well, yeah, dude, but that's the problem with doing you're opening up. Remember, they tried doing the Twitter Spaces with DeSantis. It's a massive target. Musk and Trump should be together. They should have a one-on-one conversation in the same room. How can Aiden Ross get Trump IRL, but you can't set something up with Musk and Trump? Man, what was that sound? Dude, I think... Yeah, that's good right now, but when the interview starts, turn it up louder, okay? No, guys, please don't join. Because it's gonna keep doing the do. You're in it. Well, the dude's in it. Listen, I'm in it too because of the Discord. It's probably better on Discord because at least we can listen to it like it's... Oh, come on. Guys, don't do anything with the Discord. Do not interact with it. I have to keep the sound on. The numbers aren't accurate. Better on Discord because at least we can listen to it like it's... Oh, come on. Guys, don't do anything with the Discord. Do not interact with it. I have to keep the sound on. Guys, stop, please. I don't even want to talk because I can hear myself on the freaking Discord stream. How do you do that? How do you mute all other sounds? Yeah, I know, I am talking to myself. Just call the person who's streaming it directly. Server settings. Is that what all you have to do? I gotta wait for the delay. Nice emoji game. Urban Meyer? Come on, man. What are you talking about with Urban Meyer? I don't know. I think that's all you have to do. I think. Just call the guy on Discord. Well, I mean, this is the same thing, is it not? As long as everything's muted. Yeah, I know Musk tweeted, man. I did show it. I mean... Let's see. Did he tweet again? As long as everything's muted. Tested system with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier today. Yeah, I mean, dude, but you're putting such a massive target on your back when you do that. You say you're going to interview Trump and on a space. Did he tweet again? Liberals did it for sure. Tested system with 8 million concurrent listeners earlier today. I mean, you're going to hear me in the, this is... dude, but you're putting such a massive target on your back when you do that. You say you're going to interview Trump and on a space. I mean, we have it. I mean, listen, we've got it here, and it's playing. I mean, we've got it. I mean, you're gonna hear me in the this is. European Union said a letter. Yeah, the European Union. Trump's gonna destroy NATO. Liberals attacking Twitter. Just do a traditional stream. Well, I mean, if they cancel it, we have to see if they're going to cancel it. I know it's like I didn't want to even talk because I kept hearing myself, so it's like, do I talk or not? There's barely any delay. It's only like a 7-second delay, maybe. Who is playing your voice? It's on. We have it. It's streaming. We've got it streaming on Discord, but he's listening to me, and he's gonna put his phone away, hopefully, from the stream. No, it's from this. I have it on a Discord call right now. Yeah, dude, get your I don't think he has it anymore. $400K are in it. They should switch to YouTube really quick. Yeah, dude, they should switch to YouTube right now. And Trump has a YouTube channel. They switch there right now. They say, we're going live at 8:45 or 9 o'clock. We're switching. Wait, so you got in and it just says details not available? That's weird, man. They're hacking Elon. Yeah, I know. He already said it. This is weird that you can even get it, dude. If this is your screen, it just keeps glitching out, but you somehow got it. And you got it on your desktop, too. It's impressive. Japan is in the makings of making an AI Biden chatbot. I want a robot like from Interstellar. When they start talking turn the volume up. Yeah, no, I told him to not turn the volume up right now, but when they start talking, he's going to turn it up, hopefully. $8:30. Well, here they go. I'll try it again. I can't. This computer might. It really isn't this computer though, but it's. Maybe I should try joining another space or something. You never saw Interstellar. You must be like 15. I'm just kidding, man. I don't know. There's 274K in the space. Aiden Ross has it. Good for him. I've got it too. Yeah, there's 367K. Oh, everyone's getting in now? I don't think... Hey, man, I got in. Just keep it as a backup. Just keep it going as a backup. But I appreciate you for doing that, man. Seriously. I got in, guys. I think everyone's getting in now. I can't get it on... The desktop is so glitched. It might be my computer, honestly. Because it won't even show up, like... Maybe I should try and get into a different space and see if it works. Oh. Alright, I got in. I think everyone got in now. Can you stop with this fucking shit? Jesus. Sorry. Yeah, we're so back. It's finally working now. It's finally working. This is Minecraft music, you're right. Let's go, it's working. Benny Johnson has it, everyone has it now. Here it is, let's go. How long did they say they were doing the interview? It's either your PC setup is horseshit or my screen is losing pixels. I mean, I've had the same setup for a while. I don't know, man. There's no video. It's a friggin' space. Got to start here soon. Any second now. Any second it's gonna start. Come on, baby. Trump's Virginia office got broken into. 1 million now. Yeah, everyone's getting in. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the music down, you're right. Where'd you find it? They fixed whatever it was. They're waiting for people to join. Everyone can get in now. You'll be able to get in. Honestly, we had that Discord thing going pretty well. I mean, we were probably the only ones that had it on the computer. We were let's be honest, we were the only ones that had it on the computer, I'm just saying. Because we improvised with the Discord. But it doesn't matter now, but I'm just saying. $31 million people are in. Jesus. 38 million people, dude. I don't know if No, I believe it because look at how many live streams there are and everything. 300 trillion, yeah, maybe in space. This is the music, probably for copyright. Musk just left it, I think. Probably tweeting or something, I don't know. Mario, what's up, man? Yeah, well, Trump's the one playing the music. That's why you would see his mic flashing. Everyone else is... Well, Musk is the only one he's muted. Awkward. It's Elon taking a shit or something. Elon. Awkward silence. Dude, Elon's filming him. Elon's probably recording it. Remember when? Remember when Vivek was taking a piss and it got caught on Twitter Spaces? No, Trump has himself muted. What if it's just Biden? Dude, if we get a Biden whisper, dude, I'm gonna have to vote Democrat. We get a Biden whisper right now. I would. Ooh. Sorry about that, guys. We're coming back. Yeah, that's what I'll say. I'm not sure it was a piss. Come on. It's a little bit too hard. So I have it on right now. There, it's being muted. No one is talking. It's live, and they just stopped the elevator music. It is live right now, and it's been quiet. It's been awkward silence for about a minute. I thought someone was gonna start talking. No one is talking. I just want to make sure of this. Hold on. Yeah, no one is talking yet. We might hear some. Is that Hunter Biden? Is that Hunter Biden doing a little cocaine? Holy sh! I just heard something on there. I don't know. Is Hunter Biden gonna be in this? Is Hunter gonna be in this? I'd like to see Hunter make an appearance personally. You're a Biden. Act like it. Starlink. Elon got banned by his own app. Yeah, no, it's dead silent for everyone. 8:45. Well, Musk is back on now. Musk has joined. It's about to start. No, Trump didn't leave. He's still in the call. He's still in the call. Chinese hackers. I wonder Musk will probably attribute it to someone. We'll have to see what he says after with the DDoS. If it is 8:45, I mean, it's just going to be awkward silence then, seriously? Now I've been streaming about an hour, and I thought we were going to get it going, and this might only be an hour interview. I wish I was dude, what if he unmutes some random person? And it's just the random person with Musk and Trump. Yeah, there was a DDoS attack, apparently, according to Musk. I mean... If it is 8:40, I mean, they could at least leave the music on. CIA. I mean, he did put a massive target on his back by doing it space. That's the problem. He could have done a pre-recorded interview or a live interview on like a live stream. That's not a space. See, a space, there's no video. Request to speak. The biggest Hail Mary. That's the one meme of Kobe shooting from the moon. If I request to speak. I'm not gonna try and mess with it, man. Seriously, I'm not gonna mess with this. I got it. I got in. Let's listen to what they have to say. It is a sad situation because this is not good. It's gonna mess with a lot of things. Fucking the fact that it doesn't work. Probably waiting for 1 million listeners. I don't know. I think they just probably arbitrarily said 8:45, if that's correct. It's going down now. 1K people watching this. Yeah, they've watched me struggle to get the... At first I thought it was my desktop, but that made no sense because it's just $1,000 normal PC. That's updated and everything.
All right, hello everyone. My apologies for the late start. We unfortunately had a massive distributed denial of service attack against our servers, and
the EU did it.
Saturated all of our data lines. Like basically hundreds of gigabits of data were saturated. We think we've overcome most of that, and so it's now time to proceed. But as this massive attack illustrates, there's a lot of opposition to people just hearing what President Trump has to say, and but I'm honored to have this conversation. I want to emphasize it's a conversation, and it's really intended to just get a feel for what Donald Trump is just like in a conversation. It's hard to catch a vibe about someone if you
hit him with the laser eyes
in a normal way. And when there's an adversarial interview, like no one's themselves in an adversarial interview. And this is really aimed at kind of open-minded, independent voters who just trying to make up their mind. So you can understand like what is what is it just like to have a conversation? So
spit it out.
Honored to Donald. Great to speak. We had a great conversation yesterday. As you mentioned yesterday, if we could just record that conversation and post it, it would have been excellent. And I hope we can have something like that today.
Well, I think we will. I'm pretty sure we will. And congratulations, because I see you broke every record in the book with so many millions of people, and it's an honor. We view that as an honor. And then you do want silencing of certain voices. Usually those are voices that have something to say that are constructive, oftentimes constructive. And so we have to consider it an honor. But congratulations on breaking every record in the book tonight. That's great.
Well, thank you. Maybe we could start off with, the assassination attempt, which was an incredible thing. And I have to say that, your actions after that assassination attempt were inspiring. You, instead of shying away from things, instead of ducking down, you were pumping your fist in the air and saying, fight, fight, fight. And I think that's, the president of the United States represents America, and I think that is America. This is
good propaganda.
And so that's a big part of the reason why I was excited to endorse you as the president of the United States for having another term here. Is that was just incredibly inspiring. But what was it like for you?
Not pleasant. I have to be honest.
It's not an AI voice. It wouldn't be able to
I didn't know I had that much blood. The doctors later told me that the ear is a place that is a very bloody place if you're going to get hit. But in this case, it was probably the best alternative.
What about the liberals that denied it?
About, because it went at the right angle, and it was a hard hit. It was very.
What about crooks being far left?
I guess you would say surreal, but it wasn't surreal. I was telling somebody, you have instances like this or like a lot less than this, where you feel it's a surreal situation. And I never felt that way. I knew immediately that it was a bullet. I knew immediately that it was at the ear,
Yeah.
and because it hit very hard, but hit the ear. And I also heard
Sean, thank you for
people
that. 1776,
shout,
yes,
"Bullets,
sir.
bullets!" Get down, because I moved down pretty nicely, pretty quickly, and we had bullets flying right over my head after I went down. So I'm glad I went down. The bigger miracle was that I was looking in the exact direction of the shooter, and so it hit me at an angle that was far less destructive than any other angle. So that was the miracle. That was
Yeah.
for those
Split
people that
second.
don't believe in God. I think we got to all start thinking about that. You have to, I'm a believer now. I'm more of a believer, I think, and a lot of people have said that to me. A lot of great people have said that to me, actually. But it was
It is a Christian
it was
country.
amazing that I happened to be turned just at that perfect
Yeah.
angle.
Trump's right.
And all because I put down a chart on immigration that showed that the numbers were so great. I love that chart even
I mean,
more
maybe
now.
it's a
than I-
sign. Maybe
Yeah.
that's a sign, you know.
It's an immigration sign.
You highlighted a serious issue, and
Yeah.
at that moment,
That's right.
the bullet missed your, hit your ear, but missed your head. I mean,
We thought
the-
Trump
the
was going to win
amazing thing
after
is
that.
The
He still is.
sign, I said, bring down that sign on immigration. And it was literally about an eighth of a second where it would be good. And after that, it was going to
Yeah.
be a disaster, no matter which way you were facing. But it just had that perfect angle, which was exactly at this shooter. Very sad situation. Such a sad situation. As you know, we lost somebody that was great, Corey,
Yeah.
a firefighter, a great gentleman, a great trumper. He was just a fantastic family and a fantastic man. And a friend of mine came up, Elon, and said, "I'd like to give the family some kind of help." And I said, "All right, that's great." He said, "Do you mind?" I said, "I don't mind at all." And he wrote out a check for $1 million, gave it to the wife. And, she said, "This is really nice, but I'd rather have my husband back," which is a nice thing for
Sure.
somebody to say, to be honest. She's great. The family
Reed
is
Turdy
great.
Oswald.
And we raised a lot of
Yeah.
money for them. And
What is
for,
that in reference to, Crooks?
two other
I
gentlemen
appreciate
who
that,
are
Alex.
unbelievable people also. They were hit really badly. They thought they were not going to make it, and they did.
We're getting a lot
The
of nice
doctors
community likes
in
on
the
this.
Butler area. I tell you,
I'll
they
shut
were
up.
incredible. They saved the two, and they were really hit tough, both of them equally. And we thought my first question was, because I heard bullets flying over me. I said, "How many people were killed?" Because we had a massive crowd there, a tremendous
Yeah.
thousands and thousands of people, and there was no land. I mean, it was all people. So I said, "How many people have been killed?" Because I knew there were other shots being fired,
Sure.
and they said, "We don't know yet, but some people have been badly hurt." And I have to give the Secret Service sniper, they call him, or sharpshooter, but
DG
sniper,
new listener
because
and first
he
ever
didn't
dono
know
to anyone. Keep up
there
the
was a
great
problem.
work. You're in sight.
He's
Second to
he's
none,
an
MAGA.
extraordinary shot.
Richard,
obviously,
thank
and he
you.
didn't know there was a problem, and he was able to pick it all out within 5 seconds. And he used one bullet from very far away, I guess probably about 400 yards. The shooter was 130, but he was on the opposite side of the field and the podium, and he saw the smoke
Trump's
and the
letting
flame
me
from
speak
the
at
gun,
the end, guys. Don't worry.
immediately recognized it, and immediately took a shot. And it was one perfect shot from very far away. And if he didn't do that, Elon, he would have. I mean, if he would have, a lot more people could have been badly hurt and killed. So I have to
absolutely.
take my hat off to him, because that's also a surreal. He's been with them for 23 years, and he's never had anything like this. And all of a sudden he has to act, and it's a very tough thing to act and to be shooting somebody. But he saw he saw the gun, saw the smoke, saw the flame from the gun, very far away. Obviously has
Laser
very good
eyes.
He's got very good vision, which I assume you have to have in that particular work. But he took aim very quickly, and they say it was approximately 5 seconds from long range, one bullet. If that didn't happen, because the shooter had a lot of bullets, he had a lot of cartridges up there with him, so could have been very.
I mean, that's clearly, he was very confident in taking that shot to stop the the attempted assassination. But I mean, there does
They're
seem to
giving
be,
crooks a lot of airtime.
some pretty significant failings elsewhere in the system. Like, there's just no way that, like, how on earth does a shooter get on a roof 130 yards away? That seems crazy.
How
I
will
think
this
most people
interview impact
people are
BA's
wondering
stadium
how on earth could
saga?
such a thing happen?
Well, I view it as two
I'm
ways.
expecting a
There should
major
have been nobody
donation
on the roof. There
from
were
Elon
people,
Yeah.
because there were so many tens of thousands of people
to
there.
John
There
Fisher.
were people that were seeing him, and there was one woman with a red shirt and
Right.
Trump all over it,
I saw the video.
and she's screaming, "And that guy's got a gun." You saw it probably. There's a
No, I
guy
saw
up
the
there
videos.
with a gun.
I mean, it's like I guess, I mean, for my part, and I think probably many members of the public are wondering how the heck are, basically people wandering by pointing out there's
Get
a
to
guy
the
on the roof
laser
with a
eyes.
gun.
Yeah.
And they're seeing it, but
Get to Kamala.
somehow it's not being addressed. That does seem
Yeah,
crazy.
well, they're going to learn from this. The communication between the local police, who sort of had an idea, and then ultimately a man lifted himself up to the roof, could barely do it because he was pulling himself up, and
Yeah.
he saw the man with the gun. The man with the gun pointed the gun at him. He thought he was probably going to get shot, but he was like pulling himself up, and because of that, he couldn't get to his gun. And he fell down, actually very badly hurt his leg, his ankle. I hear very badly,
Okay.
but he fell down. And he did,
I didn't
from
know
what
he
I
hurt himself.
understand, he did say there's a guy up there with a gun. And the shooting started very quickly after that. I think it forced the shooter to go maybe quicker. He was supposed to be a very good shot.
Yeah.
My sons, Don and Eric, they can't believe what happened, but they said from 130 yards, a bad shot would hit that target almost every time. They said it's like in golf,
Yeah.
sinking a 2-foot putt.
Yeah, it's not a
No,
tough shot.
it's not a long shot. The Secret Service person had the long shot. He had triple the
Yeah.
distance actually. So it was a terrible thing. It's hard. I have to say this about the Secret Service. When I went down, and I went down based on, I think they're screaming, but other people also, because people saw this happen. You had so many people. One of the miracles was that nobody ran. I mean, if a gun goes off, the crowd
Yeah.
control people showed us this. When guns go off, and it does happen in stadiums at a soccer match or some kind of a match, everybody flees. They call it a stampede, like cattle. But everybody, and a lot of
Yeah.
people get killed with those stampedes.
They thought it was firecrackers,
We
apparently.
had more people than you'd have at, some of these matches or these games, and nobody left. You had a small group behind us in the grandstand, and that was full. And you look at it as it was taking place, and normally they'd be running. They didn't leave. They saw that I was.
I'm gonna order a
hurt.
MyPillow.
They saw a lot of blood, and they saw that I went down, and it's almost like they wanted to be with me. Well, out front, you had thousands, tens of thousands of people. As far as the eye could see, you had people in Butler, as far as the eye could see, and
Yeah.
and a lot of press too. There was many cameras on watching this. It's what makes it so different, because normally things happen that aren't good, but you never have a picture of it. Here we have all these cameras shooting it, so sort of amazing. But one of the interesting things was that you didn't have anybody flee. You didn't have anybody stampede.
Sure.
Nobody. And there were some people behind me. They stood up and they're looking like, I mean, I'll tell you, you want to have them in a foxhole with you. I want to meet some of those people, because
Sure.
it's so different from what you heard. But so I was down. But the Secret Service
Yeah.
guys, there were bullets flying right over my head. You could hear them go whizzing, and these guys came jumping on top of me, and a young lady, Kate, would jump. They moved so fast, and let me tell you, that took tremendous courage. Now, there was a lack of coordination. There was, obviously everybody understands that somebody, that building should have been covered. And
Yeah, I mean,
that was
I
the
think
big
that,
thing.
looking at the aerial views, that building would be like the number one spot for a sniper. I mean, it's like if you were to pick, like, what is the favorite place? What if you? So if the goal is to assassinate, what's your favorite spot? That building.
That's what I
You're
said.
right.
That building would be number one.
That would have been the spot.
It's like you couldn't ask for a better
No,
location. It's like number
no,
one.
that would have been the spot. You know what people think is when the local policeman, who, by the way, he really, he did what he was supposed to do. He couldn't hold on any longer. And then when he got his head just peeking above, this guy standing there with a gun at his head. And when he fell down, again, hurt his ankle very badly, but he was making the calls. But what happened is the firing took place very soon. So what they think is that this guy ran to his site, which he had all planned out with the gun. He ran to the site and he started shooting fast. And maybe that's why he sort of missed. I mean, he got me, but it could have been, could have been a much bigger problem.
But he totally would have hit if you hadn't turned your head. So, there was it was a very near thing.
It was a miracle. If I hadn't turned my head, I would not be talking to you right now. As much as I like you,
exactly,
I would not.
Yeah,
I would not be talking.
Maybe talking to me from another realm, perhaps.
Yeah, that's right. We'd be talking from a different place. But it was a very terrible experience. The Butler Hospital, they did such a great job. The doctors were so good. Everybody was so good. There was a mistake. If somebody knew, because people were hearing that, there was just a bad feeling that somebody was around. You know that story now. It's been And if somebody could have said, because they've oftentimes said, like there'd be a lightning storm or something. Because I've done, I think, over 300. I think I did a lot more than that, but we did a lot. And oftentimes they'll say, sir, could you wait 10 minutes, please? Sir, could you wait 20 minutes? There's a storm overhead or lightning or something, right? And that happens often. Yeah. And this would have been a perfect time for that to have happened. But it didn't get coordinated. That was the problem.
Well,
we lost
it was your actions in the heat of fire, and what I found admirable there was that you can't fake bravery under such circumstances. The courage is instinctual, or it is not. It's not a rehearsed action. And so I just want to say that I think a lot of people admire your courage under fire there. And so
thank you very much. I appreciate it. I didn't think of it. I just wanted to get up, and I wanted to stand up. I wanted to let people know. I felt I was good when they were on top of me, covering me, actually, very much covering me, and very bravely. But I wanted to get up. I said, I want to get up. And they wanted, they have everything there. They wanted stretcher. I didn't like the stretcher. And I knew I was hit in the ear, but I knew I wasn't hit anywhere else. They felt I was hit someplace else because it was such a lot of blood. And they were sure that I was hit someplace else. And they were saying, sir, you were hit more than the ear. I said, nope, I was hit in the ear. I want to get up. Let me get up. And so I got up, and the crowd didn't know what to think. I mean, this was so many people, and you could see they were confused. They didn't know what to think. And I wanted to let them know I was okay. It was very important for me to let them know that. And they went wild. You've seen the after. They didn't go wild when I got up because they didn't know, was I alive? You really couldn't tell. When I stood up before the fist in the air, they didn't know if I was alive.
I think Trump sounds fine.
Nobody did.
Trump sounds all right.
And when I put the fist up, they were just relieved and happy and thrilled, and the place went crazy. It was
maybe a lisp a little bit.
It was a terrible thing, but it was
incredibly moving. Yeah. Well, and I mean, speaking of the sort of slide that got you to turn that saved your life, really, was the illegal immigration slide. Maybe this is worth talking about that.
Hammer him on immigration.
That slide saved your life.
No, the illegal immigration saved my life. You're right, but it was, I had to be at that exact angle.
Hammer him on amnesty.
I mean, that's a good
Alex.
saved by illegal
immigration. The incredible thing, though, when you talk about the odds,
95% Trump,
you had to be exactly at that angle. But the incredible thing is that the chart, I used it less than 20% of the time. It was just a moment. Yeah. It's always on my left, never my right. And it's always at the end of the speech. So here we have it. It's on the right, not the left. It's at the beginning, not the end. And even the people that put it up, they were unprepared, and they did a great job. They got it up immediately, fortunately. But I looked to the right, and the bullet came whizzing by, hitting my ear. So it was amazing. But when you think of the odds of that, and you know that normally you wouldn't use it. Normally I wouldn't have the thing, and then it would have been a very different story. It's very much. I say an act of God. It's a miracle that it happened, and I'm honored by it. I'm honored by it.
Well, what were you about to say about illegal
Spit it
immigration
out.
before you were rudely interrupted? with
Well,
the
I was
bullet?
going to say how good the numbers were. By the way, we're going back to Butler, and
In
we're going to
October.
go back in October. We're all set up, and the people are fantastic in Butler. It's a great area. Great. These are incredible people. Like the three that, in the case of Corey killed, and the other two, the families I got to know them a little bit, and the families are great. But we're going back to Butler, and I think I'll probably start by saying, as I was saying,
As you
prior
were
to being
saying,
so horribly
so-
interrupted.
yeah.
But
so rudely interrupted by an
yeah,
assassination
so
attempt.
but no, but the chart,
Some people have
He's got a
have
bad
their
list.
matters.
Elon, the chart was just a chart that in my last week we had the best illegal immigration numbers, meaning stopping. It was at the lowest. You've seen the chart. It's become quite a famous
Yeah,
chart.
yeah.
But that was the lowest
Yeah.
point ever recorded. It was a really, I was very proud of those numbers. And then you see what happened with these people, Kamala and Joe. You see what happened. They just let it go. I had remain in Mexico policies. I had all these different policies that was so good. Guys like Tom Holman and Brandon Judd from Border Patrol. These are all people that they've been on television. They says the best numbers we've ever had. We had so many different checks. Catch
wall.
and release in Mexico, not the United. We had catch and release in the United States. We had it in Mexico. We had so many things. We had things where many people come in there, they have contagious diseases. We had everything passed. If you have a contagious disease, I'm sorry, but we cannot allow you into the country. So we were setting literally records, and all I was doing is showing that, and I use it sometimes.
Sure.
And in this case, I'm glad I used it. I can tell you that. But they were fantastic numbers. But I'm going to sleep with that chart always. I'll be sleeping with that chart. That chart was very important for a lot of reasons.
Extracurriculars.
Well, I mean, would it be
With the chart.
accurate to say that you're supportive of legal immigration, but we also need to shut down illegal immigration, and especially unvetted illegal
Yes.
immigration, because you
Shut down the border in general.
That's not the same as saying that everyone who's an illegal immigrant is bad. In fact, I think most people who are illegal immigrants are actually good, but you can't tell a difference unless there's a solid vetting of who comes across the border. Does that accurately
100%.
represent your position?
I say it
Okay.
very simply. They have to come in legally. They have to be checked.
Yeah.
Because look,
And we need to shut down.
Kamala was the border czar. Now she's denying it. Everything that I do, she's saying she was strong on the border. We're going to be strong. Well, she doesn't have to say it. She could close it up right now. They could do things right now. It's horrible. No tax on tips, and all of a sudden she's making a speech and there will be no tax on tips. I said that months ago. And by the way, they had just the opposite. They had not only tax on tips, but they hired 88,000 IRS agents, and many of them were assigned to go get waitresses and caddies and all of this on tips. They have a policy. They had a policy that they were really going to go after you, and were really harassing people horribly. And then all of a sudden, for politics, she says, she comes out with what I said, which I think is terrible. And I think it's also hitting them very hard. These people are fake. Now they're also saying they did a good job on the border. We had the worst numbers in the history of the world, not of our country. There's never been a country in history that has had a catastrophe like this. We've had, I believe, and I think you believe this too, you hear 12 million, 13. I believe it's over 20 million people came into our country, many coming from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, or a bigger version of that is insane asylums, and many are terrorists. And I'll tell you what, they're coming not just from South America, they're coming from Africa, they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Asia, they're
Yeah.
coming from the Middle East, they're coming from countries that are
especially Africa.
stupidly and horribly bombing Israel October 7th. They're coming from all over the world. And you know, you look at, it's so sad October 7th because it should have never happened.
Yeah.
It's so sad
Sure.
when you look at Ukraine. It should have never happened. We have a defective
Yeah.
government. These are defective people, and they're not people that should be running it. But where you see it the best is the border, because you have millions of people coming in a month, and then she gets up and she tries to pretend like she's going to do something. She had 3.5 years. And by the way, they have another 5 months that they can do something, but they won't do anything. It's all talk. She's incompetent and he's incompetent. And frankly, I think that she's more
about the
incompetent
amnesty.
than he is. And that's saying something because he's not too good.
Yeah. No,
Hit him with the
I think
amnesty.
it is essential to have a secure border. I mean, you're really not a country unless you have a
Correct.
secure border.
And secure elections, too.
You know, yeah, absolutely secure elections, and so it's just essential to have a real border, or we can't function as a country, and our service, you know, our central services are being overwhelmed in a lot of cities, as we were talking about earlier, I think having a legal immigration process that is smooth and efficient and done well, and speaking as someone who is a legal immigrant, I think like one way to think of it is, who do you want on your team? Who do you want on Team America? And I think we want to just say, okay, we want to let in people who are gonna, be great contributors to our society and to our economy,
Right.
and
shut down.
who do you want on the team? And it's not to say that, like in my opinion, actually, I'd say like probably most of the illegal immigrants actually are actually good, hardworking people. That's my opinion. But some are not, and you just have this sort of adverse selection process where, if somebody's if somebody's like has a career in theft or robbery, I don't understand what's taken them so long to get here, because we're such a target-rich environment. I mean, why aren't more people who have a career in, bad things coming here sooner? Because it's a piece of cake to go rob, houses in LA or
Go
New
to
York,
Newsom.
compared to other parts of the world. And
Daddy Newsom will help.
and in a lot of places in America, if you try to stop the person who's robbing you, you'll be arrested.
Yeah.
So it's
It's right. I mean, what's happening with crime, and our police are so good, but they're not allowed to do their job. But I have to tell you, Elon, I
They're
hate
not.
to say it because it's such a downer to say it. I hate to say it. I hate it. But you have a lot of people that just shouldn't be. I think it's a much bigger number than you think. They're allowing,
think you're
again,
right,
they're
yeah.
allowing people from their jails. And if you were running one of these countries where they're coming from, you would have had all of them. As an example, Venezuela, their crime is down 72%. They're taking their drug dealers. They're taking, frankly, their prisoners. They're emptying out their prisons. They're taking their criminals, their murderers, their rapists, and they're delivering them into
That's what Castro did.
Yeah,
that,
well, he did on a much smaller scale.
Yeah.
It was a much smaller
Yeah.
scale. But this is a massive scale because this is being done worldwide. But here's what's happening. Crime all over the world is down. And wait till you see the numbers that we have. This is migrant crime. This is crime that's going to be.
Yeah.
And I saw it today in New York where somebody was knifed with raped the girlfriend of a man that stood there watching in New York in one of the shelters, and started
Sure.
pulling out the knives, and bad things happen today. But this is happening every day. These are rough people. These are people that are in jail for murder and all sorts of things. And they're releasing them into our country, and they're telling them, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to give you the death penalty or kill you. So they don't want to come back. But these are rough people.
Yeah.
These are criminals that make our criminals look like nice people. And it's horrible what they're doing. And she's in charge of it because, now she's trying to say
Sure.
she had nothing to do with it. And she's such a liar because She was called the border czar the first day, and it was on the headlines of every newspaper. She's the border czar, and she never even went there. She went to one location, which had nothing to do with where the problem is. You know, she
I've never
went
been
in
to
and
Europe.
out, I
Right.
guess, because she was getting a lot of pressure,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
had nothing to do with the problem
Yeah.
is. But she was
Well,
the
well,
border czar, and the people
yeah, yeah.
can't allow them to get away with their disinformation campaign. Now she's trying to say that she wasn't really involved, and the whole thing is horrible. She was totally in charge. She could have shut the border down without him. He didn't know what he was doing anyway, so he wouldn't have even known
Yeah.
what happened. You could shut the border down; he
Yeah.
wouldn't even know the difference. But the fact is that she was border czar. But if you don't have to call her
Yes.
that, the fact is you could just call her. She was in charge of the border, and the border was the worst
Right.
ever.
It's simply not working.
No, it's horrible.
It's obvious.
Whether it's a question of intention or competence, either way, we don't have a secure border, and we have people streaming over like it looks like a World War Z zombie apocalypse at times. And sometimes you got to sort of wonder, like, is it real or not? So because you see things, you're like, is it real? So I went to the border at Eagle Pass, and I saw for myself in Texas, and I was like, okay, it's real. I'm like seeing this in real time. I actually posted the video like just live. I just flew there one day and just to see, hey, is this
They have
made up or real?
forklifts
And
lifting up
I'm
the
just seeing
fence, and
people
then
stream
the
across
illegals go
border.
underneath it. I saw.
And I have to say, at least the people that I saw did not look friendly.
These are
people can look at my video and say,
Yeah.
hey, these people look friendly. I don't look super friendly. So
These are people that Elon would not be the same man if he had to walk
Military-age
across
men.
the street and look these people in the eye. These are rough people. These are really rough people coming across. And I know rough people. And these are people that we don't want in our country. And, the caravans are coming in, and they're putting, and who's doing this are the heads of the countries. And you would be doing
Yeah.
it, and so would I. And everyone would say, oh, what a terrible thing to say. The fact is, it's brilliant for them because they're taking all of their bad people, really bad people. And I hate to say this, the reason the numbers are much bigger than you would think is they're also taking their non-productive people. Now, these aren't people that will kill you. We have enough of them. But these are people that are non-productive. They are just not productive. I mean, for whatever reason. They're not
Yeah, yeah.
workers,
Leech.
or they don't want to work, or
They're leeches.
whatever. And these countries are getting rid of non-productive people in the caravans in many cases. And they're also getting rid of their murderers and their drug dealers and the people that are really brutal people. And they're coming into our country at levels that have never been seen before. And I saw an ad just before I got on the air. I'm walking over here, and I saw an ad by Kamala saying how she is going to provide border security. Where has she been for 3.5 years? For 3.5 years,
Yeah, no,
we have 20 million people
I think
for it. It's a terrible
Yeah, I
thing.
think frankly, I think this is a fundamental existential issue for the United States. And if we have another 4 more years of open borders, and it's going to be even worse with another 4 more years, it's going to be even worse than it's been for the past 3.5 years.
And she's giving
I'm not
amnesty
sure we've
to
got a
all of
country
You
them.
don't have a country
at that
left.
point.
Elon, if they get in, you will have 50 to 60 million people from all over the world, not South America only. We think of South America, we think of Honduras and El Salvador, Guatemala, and Mexico, the 4. But it's not that. It's everywhere. They're coming in from everywhere. And I had to stay in Mexico.
Yeah, I think this is a super important point. Like people, it's like basically when I went down there, I was like, well, where are people from? It's like almost no one was from Mexico. to
No,
be clear.
Mexico
Right.
less.
It's just
less than
the
others.
border. It's just the border with Mexico, but the people coming in, it's Earth, the rest of Earth, and America is only about 4 or 5% of the population of Earth. It would only take a few percent of the rest of Earth to overwhelm everything in the
We're
US.
already
So,
overwhelmed, Elon. We're overwhelmed. You had to see the news tonight about New York, and I love that place. And what they're doing to it is horrible. What they're doing to it, and all the courts do is they try and focus on Trump. Okay, let's focus on Trump, who did nothing wrong. I complain about a rigged election. Elon, what's happened is unbelievable. You have from Africa. From the Congo, they're coming, from the Congo. And 22 people came in from the Congo recently, and they're murderers. And they drop them. They take them out of jails which is very expensive, to maintain the jails, although they don't do too much maintaining, I can tell you. But they take them out of jails, prisons, they take them out and they bring them to the United States. They deposit them in the United States and say, don't ever come back or you're going to be executed. And they don't want to come back. But
And they get
they won't
amnesty.
come back.
Sure.
But they're coming from Africa. They're coming from Asia. They're coming from the Middle East. They're coming from South America.
Well, just
they're
Earth.
coming from
Rest of Earth,
everywhere.
basically.
And there are a lot of
Yeah,
really
everywhere on
bad
Earth.
ones.
It's just an everywhere on Earth thing, and it's just not possible for the United States to absorb everyone from Earth, or even a few percent of the rest of Earth. It's just not possible. So,
Well, Elon, we're going to
This is
have
how Musk
just
talks,
to-
guys.
Just to finish
It
this
is.
up, we're going to have the largest deportation in history of this country, and we have no choice. Otherwise, we're going to have a country. What they've done to our country. Think of it, with in Venezuela and in some of these other countries, crime is down 50, 60, 70, 80%. And you would be the same. You would have.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. Venezuela has not gotten rid of all of them. They've gotten rid of about 70% of their really bad people. Their jails are about 50% put into the United States. Same with other countries.
Sure.
Some are 30%, some are at 50%. They're all different. But the bottom line is they're all going to be at 100%. Why wouldn't you put 100% of it?
Yeah.
And they're doing it right now while this third-rate phony candidate. Don't forget, I beat Biden. He failed in the debate miserably. And, some people said, oh, gee, it's too bad. It's too bad he did so badly, or I did well in the debate. The first night they said, wow, one of the people at CNN said that was the greatest debate performance I've ever witnessed. And then 2 days later, they didn't talk about that. They just said he was bad. But that's okay. That's the way I get treated, and I don't mind that at all. What I can tell you is this. We cannot have a Democrat. We cannot have her. She's incompetent. She's as bad as Biden in a different.
Yeah.
Look, she hasn't done an interview since this whole scam started. And say what you want. This was a coup. This was a coup of a president of the United States. He didn't
Blackmail.
want to leave, and they said we can do it the nice way or we can do it the hard way.
Yeah, they just took him out back behind the shed and basically shot him.
What they did with this guy, and I'm no fan of his, and he was a horrible president, the worst president in history. And one of the reasons he was so bad, first of all, the Israeli attack would have never happened. Russia would never have attacked Ukraine, and we'd have no inflation. And we wouldn't have had the Afghanistan mess, if you think of it. And we wouldn't have had Afghanistan. But think of it. You take a few of those events away, and we have a different world. We would also have inflation was caused by oil.
Yeah, I think you're making an excellent point here, which is that when other countries can, that are thinking about invading or doing bad things, when they're thinking about that, they're thinking about, okay, what's the American president going to do? And do they fear the American president, or is there someone they do not respect and do not fear? And I think they do.
Just look at NATO.
They rightfully be. I mean, look at the footage with the assassination. They're like, okay, President Trump is like, don't mess with me. I mean, that's like. Whereas I think people are not going to be, and they obviously have
America
not been
first.
at all intimidated by
That's
Biden,
all it is.
and they certainly will not be intimidated by Kamala. And you have to really think of that in the context of global security. That if the American president is someone that, like, evil dictators are scared of, that makes a huge difference to the security of the world.
So I had a good relationship with Putin, despite the Russia hoax that lasted for over 2 years. Just a hoax created by Hillary Clinton and Adam Schiff, some just bad people, just sick people, frankly. I mean, Schiff is a sick person. He's going to end up probably being a senator. It's hard to believe. The whole thing is hard to believe. But, they put our country in danger with that stuff, too. They actually, when they make up stories, and you have to fight your way out of it for a long time. But I know Putin very well. I got along with him very well. He respected me, and it's just one of those things. And we would talk a lot about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye. But I said, don't ever do it. Don't ever do it. I shut down Nord Stream 2. That was the big oil pipeline, the biggest pipeline in the world going all over Europe. I shut it down. Biden came, and then they say, I loved Russia. I was a friend of Putin, and I loved Russia. No. He actually said to me one time, he said, if you're my friend, I'd hate to see you as an enemy. I shut down his pipeline. The biggest pipeline, they were looking at that to fund, and this pathetic president gets in there, and the first thing he did, one of the early things he did, is he shut down
blew it up.
Keystone XL pipeline, which is our pipeline that would have employed 48,000 people, pipeline workers, shuts it down. That was, a massive job that Obama refused to allow.
Yeah.
I allowed it in my first week because it was jobs and it moved oil. And by the way, in a much more environmentally friendly way. It's underground. It's not a truck that catches on fire or a train that catches on fire. But think of it. He shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone XL pipeline.
Yeah.
He shuts that down, and he approves the Russian pipeline.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's inconsistent. Certainly, but I mean, I think it's just worth emphasizing, to listeners, the immense importance of whether the United States president is intimidating or not intimidating, and how much that matters to global security, because there's some real tough characters out there, and if they don't think the American president is tough, they will do what they want to do.
I know every one of
and
them.
that puts the whole world in danger.
Elon, I know every one of them, and I know them well. I know Putin, I know President Xi, I know Kim Jong-un of North Korea. I know every one of them. And let me tell you, people will say, oh, this is terrible. He said, I'm not saying anything good or bad. They're at the top of their game. They're tough, they're smart, they're vicious, and they're going to protect their country, whether they love their country. They probably do. It's just a different form of love, but they're going to protect their country. But these are tough people at the top of their game. And when they see a Kamala or when they see Biden, Sleepy Joe, they can't even believe it. They can't believe this happened. All the stuff that you're seeing now, all the horror that you look at Israel, they're all waiting for an attack from Iran. Iran would not be attacking, believe me. When I was there, and I say it with respect, because I think we would have been good with Iran. I don't want to do anything bad to Iran, but they knew not to mess around. Iran was broke because I told China, if you buy from Iran oil, it's all about the oil. That's where the money is. But if you buy oil from Iran, you're not going to do any business with the United States. And I meant it. And they said, we'll pass.
Yeah.
They didn't buy oil. Other countries, likewise.
Sure.
You want to buy, you're not doing business with the United States. And they were at a point where they had no money for Hamas. They had no money for Hezbollah. They had no money for any of these instruments of terror. And it was amazing. In fact, there were articles when I was leaving, which is hard to believe, actually, especially when you look at what's happened to our country. Our country is so bad right now. It's such a different place. We were respected. Think of it. 4 years ago, we were so respected to a point where when I said don't buy oil, they didn't buy oil. But they had no money, and Israel would have never been attacked. Zero chance. And again, I said to Vladimir Putin, I said, don't do it. You can't do it, Vladimir. You do it, it's going to be a bad day. You cannot do it. And I told him things that what I do, and he said, no way. And I said, way. And it's the last time we ever had the conversation. He would never have done. I got along well with him. I hope to get along well with him again. Getting along well with them is a good thing, not a bad thing. I got along well with Kim Jong-un. When I met with President Obama just before entering, it's a sort of a ritual. And I sat down with him and we talked. It was supposed to be for a very short period of time. It turned out to be a long period of time. I said, what's the biggest problem? He said, North Korea. I had that problem worked out very quickly. It was nasty at the beginning with Rocket Man and, all the different things.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden I got a call.
Those were some epic tweets, by the way.
Yeah, they were epic everything. He said that he has a red button on his desk. I said, I have a red button on my desk too, but my red button is much bigger and my red button works. And then I called him Little Rocket Man of Little Rocket Man. Anyway, here's the bottom line. All of a sudden I got a call from him. And they said they want to meet. They want to meet me. And we met, as you remember, we met in Singapore. We met also in Vietnam. And I got along with them great. We were in no danger. But President Obama thought we were going to end up in a war, a nuclear war with him. And let me tell you, he's got a lot of nuclear stuff, too. Exactly. He's got plenty of nuclear. He can do plenty of damage.
Yes, I mean, it's because, people like Kim Jong-un, they respond to strength, not weakness.
Well,
And
He and I
and
got it.
if you
He and I had
project
a good
strength,
relationship.
you're good.
Remember, I
Yeah.
remember I met him and we walked onto his land. Nobody ever walked onto his land before. I walked onto. I wouldn't say.
Yeah,
Let's
that
bring
was
up
cool.
Secret Service again. I wouldn't say they were thrilled when I did that. I walked onto his land, and
Remember the movie The Interview?
it was an amazing period. But we were not in danger with him because of me. You know, I always
Yeah.
say that we have enemies on the outside and we have enemies on the inside. We have some really bad people in our government and people that are and controlling of the people. I mean, I'd mention names, but I really don't want to give them the credit. But we have some really bad, and I say they're more dangerous than Russia and China. If you have a smart president, a president that gets it, we are not in danger from those countries because they need us and they need our help. I mean, we forced Obama, if you think about it, Obama and Biden and Bush, to a certain extent, in all fairness, forced Russia and China together. And if you're a history student, the first thing you learn is you cannot let Russia and China align. But then they also got, if you take a look, Iran, and they have North Korea. That's, you know, they call it the axis of evil. In the old days, you had the axis of evil. Here we have a modern day axis of evil. These are
Opposition to NATO.
powerful countries, very heavy nuclear, which is the biggest threat.
Yeah.
You know, the biggest threat is not global warming, where the ocean's going to rise one-eighth of an inch over the next 400 years. And you'll have more oceanfront property, right? The biggest threat is not that. The biggest threat is nuclear warming, because we have 5 countries now that have significant nuclear power, and we have to not allow anything to happen with stupid people like Biden. You know, Biden did something with Russia. There was no chance of him ever going in. And when I left, and then after I left, they started forming big armies on the border with Ukraine, right? And I looked at that, and I thought he was doing that because Putin's a good negotiator. I thought he was doing that to negotiate. But then Biden started saying such stupid things. For instance, he said that it can be a NATO country. Now, Russia, for as long as there's been NATO, has said we're never going to agree to that. And we go right up front and say that. And we did things and said things through this president with a low IQ, very low IQ. He had a low IQ 30 years ago, by the way, but now he might not even have a IQ at all. There's nothing on the board that goes this low. He said things that
Hunter.
were so stupid that war would have been, that war had zero chance of happening if I were there. Zero chance. He was saying everything the opposite. Everything the opposite. And it's so sad because many more people have been killed in Ukraine than you read about. You don't read about how bloody it is and how disastrous.
Sure.
Hey, look, just in the 2 armies, you lost 500,000 people. And, you know, Ukraine's having a hard time. Ukraine, I don't know if you saw the article recently, and it's true. You don't hear the true story. But if you think about it, Russia's gone, you know, Russia defeated Germany with us, and they defeated Napoleon. You know, they've been around a long time. They're a big fighting force.
Yeah. Sure.
And it's very unfair. And Ukraine now doesn't have enough men. They're now using young men and very old men to fight. And we're in a very bad position. And I'm not going to blame exclusively, but I can tell you I could have stopped that. And a smart president could have stopped that. It wouldn't have happened. But we had a man that actually made it more prevalent. It was so bad. The words that he was using, the stupid threats coming from a stupid face that he was using. I said, this guy's going to cause us a war. He's going to cause us. And let me tell you, it can lead to World War III. That can lead to World War III. The Middle East can lead to. We have numerous places that could end up in a World War III right now for no reason whatsoever.
I think you're right. I think people underrate the risk of World War III, and it's just when you're looking at the risk of global thermonuclear warfare, it's game over for humanity, and it's something that people
needs to get on Kamala.
After the end of the Cold War, people have become complacent about, but they actually have forgotten that there are currently a lot of nuclear missiles that have targeting parameters for the United States from 100%. Other countries.
And one of the things we're going to do is we're going to build an Iron Dome over us. Israel has it. We're going to have the best Iron Dome in the world. We need it, and we're going to make it all in the United States. But we're going to have protection. because it just takes one maniac to,
That's
start
very
something.
important.
We're going to have protection, and we're going to have. Why shouldn't we have an Iron Dome? Israel has one. Some other places
Yeah.
have one that nobody even knows about, frankly. But Israel has it. We're going to have an Iron Dome. But, with all of that being said, to me, that's so important, the most important. But with all of that being said, the election's coming up, and the people want to hear about the economy and the fact that
Absolutely,
they can't
sure.
buy groceries because they don't have enough money to buy groceries. The inflation has killed them. Food prices are up 50, 60, even 100% in some cases. And this stupid administration allowed this to happen, and it's a shame. And that's the thing that people most care about, in my opinion. They care about the border a lot, and we discuss the border at great length. It's nice to have a
Yeah, yeah.
forum like this where I can discuss something at length. And by the way, you think Biden could do this interview? Do you think that Kamala could do this interview? They would take a pass on
No,
you.
they could not.
So
She can't
they
even
don't
take a
need
question.
Elon. They don't need Elon screaming out questions. It's pretty sad when you think that somebody that does this for a living can't answer a question or is afraid to do an interview. And in her case, with a very friendly interview, she's got all friendly interviewers. It's pretty sad.
Yes,
But the
absolutely.
big thing now is the
Well,
economy, Elon.
yeah.
And as much as
Yeah.
I mean, I view nuclear as the single most important thing, but a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't understand that. But it doesn't have to. If I understand it, that's all you need. Because if I was president, you're not going to have that kind of a problem. But the thing that they really is making them angry is what Kamala and Biden have allowed to happen to the economy. It's a disaster with inflation. The inflation, it doesn't matter what you make. The inflation has eaten you alive. If you're a worker or if you're just a middle income person, you can't afford. 4 years ago, 5 years ago, people were saving a lot of money. Today, they're using all their money and borrowing money just to live. It's a horrible thing that's happening, and we'll end that quickly.
Well, I think a lot of a lot of people just don't understand where inflation comes from. Inflation comes from government overspending because the checks never bounce when it's written by the government. So if the government spends far more than it brings in, that increases the money supply, and if the money supply increases faster than the rate of goods and services, that's inflation. So really, we need to have we need to
definition.
reduce our government spending, and we need to re-examine. I think we need like a government efficiency commission to say like, hey, where are we spending money that's sensible? Where is it not sensible?
Right.
It needs to be transparent.
And we need to live within our means. We're currently adding, I think, $1 trillion to the deficit roughly every 100 days.
That's right.
And the interest payments on the national debt have now exceeded the defense budget. It's on the order of $1 trillion.
It's interest,
and it keeps growing.
I rebuilt our military, largely rebuilt our military. Did a great job on it, which was so important. We had jets, we had fighters that were, and bombers that were 70 years old, and we did a great job in that. Then we gave 85 billion of it back to Afghanistan, if you can believe it. We gave them 85 billion. They're one of the largest sellers of military equipment in the world. They're selling what we gave them. That was one of the most embarrassing days in the history of our country. But if you think about, let's go back to the economy. We have to bring energy prices down. Energy started at the price of gasoline. Now, your cars don't require too much gasoline, so you have a good, and you do make a great product, I have to say. I have to be honest with you. That doesn't mean everybody should have an electric car, but these are minor details. But your product is incredible. But the gasoline, Elon, is the cost of energy. Not only gasoline, it's the cost of heating your house and cooling your house. That has to come down. It's gone up 100%, 150, and 200%, and that has to come down. When that comes down, and we're going to drill, baby, drill. They stopped drilling, and then they went back to drilling because they went back to the Trump policy. But if they won, the day after they get into office, this country will go out of business because they're going to go to an energy policy that's not sustainable. Wind and different things.
American,
you're not going to have any
sense.
And I know you're a big fan of the AI, and I have to say that AI, and this is shocking to me, but AI requires twice the energy that the country already produces for everything. So we're going to have to build a lot of energy if our country will be competitive with China, because that's our primary competitor for this on the AI. You're
Sure.
going to need a
It's
lot of
always trying.
electricity. You're going to
It's
need
always
tremendous
trying. Yeah.
electricity, like almost double what we produce now for the whole country, if you can believe it.
Sure. Well, just going, back to this, like this basic thing, which that people try to make it sound complicated, but it's not. But inflation is caused by government overspending. Would you agree that we need to take a look at government spending
Yes.
and have perhaps a government efficiency commission that just tries to make the spending sensible and so the country lives within its means, just like a
The
person does?
waste is incredible, and nobody
It
negotiates
is.
prices. You used to have a lot of people making jets, and you end up with two companies, and they'll probably try and merge at some point. I mean, I went through it, like Air Force, just a thing like Air Force One. One of the first documents they asked me to sign, a general walks in, "Sir, would you please sign this document?" And what is it? Air Force One. That's with Boeing, which is basically two planes, two 747s. And the price was
Yeah.
$5.7 billion for two planes. Now,
Wow.
now they're highly sophisticated.
That's insane.
They're even nicer than your plane, okay? But much more sophisticated. They're very, I won't say what's on it, but they got a lot of stuff on it. Anyway, but it's 5.7.
That's a crazy
It's
number.
a crazy number, but I said, I'm not going to pay 5.7. I'm not going to do it. I said, who made the deal? Obama and his people. I said, well, then I know the deal's no good. I'm not going to do it. And over a course of about 4 weeks, by my saying I'm not going to do it, I got the price reduced by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane, other than we had a nicer paint job, if you want to know the truth. But for the exact same plane, I saved one. And I said to Boeing, man, you guys must make a lot of money if you can reduce the price by that. But now what I do hear is that they're going back to the Biden administration and wanting big cost overruns, because they see these dopey suckers in there, and they'll end up getting some of the money back. But I shaved it by $1.6 billion for the exact same plane. And you can now take that and multiply that out times thousands of other items.
Multiply it by a
the
zillion,
numbers are
and yeah.
astronomical.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Well, I mean, I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a
All right,
look
we get it.
at these things and
This is the third
just
time.
ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money, is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. You walk in and you just say, you want to quit? They go on strike. I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike, and you say, that's okay, you're all gone. You're all gone. So every one of you is gone, and you are the greatest. You would be very good. Oh, you would love it. But, if you look at Argentina.
Well, I'd be happy to help
by the way,
out.
congratulations.
Yeah.
I just looked at the number of people that are listening to you and I chat. We'll call it a chat. But congratulations. This is very good. I mean, it's great. And you're an
1.3
interesting
million.
character. The new head of a place called Argentina, and he's a big,
Malay's awesome.
he's great. And he's a big MAGA fan, that he ran on MAGA. And he took it to an extreme, too. He ran on MAGA, and I hear he's doing really a terrific job. It's called Make Argentina Great Again. It worked out perfectly. He came in, he bought a lot of hats, he brought everything. But he's doing a big job. He really cut. And I'm hearing they're starting to do pretty well. Inflation's getting down. They had like 2,000%.
Exactly.
They had inflation like not normal inflation. They had the real deal. But we're going to have that pretty soon. I think we have the worst inflation we've had in 100 years. They say it's 48 years. I don't believe it. I think we have the worst. They don't include a lot of the items that should be included,
Yeah. Well, it's just from government overspending and not spending taxpayer money effectively, and having just like so many departments you can't even name them all, and what Milei is doing is he's cutting government spending, he's simplifying things, he's putting in regulations that make sense.
He's trimming the fat.
And Argentina overnight is experiencing a giant improvement in prosperity. But it's also a lesson for the United States, which is that Argentina used to be one of the most prosperous countries in the world. In the 30s, 40s, and because of bad government policy, it ruined the country. And if you take Venezuela, for example, Venezuela should be incredibly prosperous. They have, phenomenal reserves of
Social programs
everything,
ruined
and
them.
it should be prosperous. But if the government's wrong, it impoverishes the people, and so I think we should not be complacent in the United States and thinking that and taking our prosperity for granted, because if with bad government policy we can run the country into the ground, and that's just something people should bear in mind. Don't take prosperity for granted.
Well, think of education. So we're ranked at the bottom of every list of the top 40. We're ranked number 40, number 38. Norway, Switzerland, Sweden, different countries are ranked good. Actually, China's pretty close to the top. They're a top 6 or 7. But we're ranked at the bottom, almost at the bottom, 38, 39, 40. In other words, horrible. And yet we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world. So we spend more. And what I'm going to do, one of the first acts, and this is where I need an Elon Musk. I need somebody that has a lot of strength and courage and smarts. I want to close up Department of Education, move education back to the states, where states like Iowa, where states like Idaho, not every state will do great, because states that basically aren't doing good now. You look at Gavin Newsom, the governor of California.
Newscum.
He's terrible. He does a terrible job. So he's not going to do great with education. But of the 50, I would bet that 35 would do great, and 15 of them, or 20 of them, will be as good as Norway. Norway is considered great. You can name them. I mean, they're so good. Some of these countries are so good. But if you go into some of these really well-run states, we have states that don't know what debt is. We have states that have low taxes, no debt, everybody working. They're really well-run.
Sure.
And maybe they have certain advantages in terms of location, in terms of, the land or the sun and the water and the whole thing. There are a lot of advantages that some people have. But if you moved education back to the 50, you'll have some that won't do well. But they'll actually be forced to do better, because it'll be a pretty bad situation. But if you think about it, you'll have some of these states. I'll bet you'd have 30, 35 states. It'll be much better. And you know what it'll cost? Less than half what it is in Washington. And these people don't care about the students in these, faraway states. And it'd be unbelievable.
Yeah. I think you're making a good point in that if the states have to if each state has to compete against other states, then people will naturally move to states where it's better.
Well, like California, as we said, it's a badly run state. I could go through. I got so many friends that are in those states, even if they're Democrats. I hate to mention certain states, but Illinois is badly run with Pritzker. He's a real loser. But some of these places are just badly run. But it's almost going to force them to run better, and they won't do it good initially. But you're not going to do worse than you're doing right now. And I would say that the cost, you would cut your cost by 50 or 60%. And you'd have a little monitor. You want to make sure they're teaching English, as an example. Give us a little English, right?
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. No, but I mean, to what? I mean, some of these governors are doing so badly. I mean, they got so many people moving out of their state. They should get U-Haul Salesman of the Year award because they're driving so
New
much
York,
U-Haul.
Illinois.
It's actually amazing.
People moving out.
Isn't it amazing to you as a businessman that they can even survive? Like Illinois. So many people are leaving, and you wonder, how do they survive? I mean, how do they survive? I saw where you left California, and you moved to Texas. Texas does a great job. But, I mean, I just wonder, how do these states survive when big businesses, a big oil company just left California, as you know, and they moved to Texas. How do these big states survive when they lose so many businesses? And their taxes are already really high. The taxes are among the highest taxes. You almost wonder, how do they continue on? And in many cases, the governors don't do a good job, and they're crime-ridden places. You wonder, how do they continue to just go on? It's not a good situation.
I think the only thing that's going to force some of these states to change is if they risk bankruptcy and they're not getting bailed out by the federal government.
Right. Well,
That's
you're
the
going to
only thing
have
that's going to
that.
get them changed.
You remember the
Yeah.
area in California where they had that, where I guess somebody had sticky fingers and they stole a lot of money, and they went into a form of chapter, and it was very
Yeah.
nasty for
Yeah.
a period of time. But now it's probably the most popular place in all of California. So at some point, something like that may have to happen. But the problem is, you can't penalize people that loan money to the state when you have incompetent people like a Pritzker. Look, the family didn't want him in the family business, and then he ends up being governor of Illinois. So what is he going to be? Is he going to be a great governor? And you have people. I could name every one of them. I got to know every one of these,
Yep.
and some are very good, and some are just horrible.
Well, I think that, I mean, the larger point here, too, as you're saying, like a lot of people are concerned about the economy, a lot of people are concerned about inflation, and inflation is
Talk about
effectively a
Kamala.
tax on people that save money,
Yeah.
and for people that are working day to day, it's just a form of taxation, and if we can solve the government spending problem, we'll solve the inflation problem, which means people will have a better standard of living, and
Yeah.
that's a really big
Well, the
deal.
people that got hurt worst are the people that did it the way they were taught to do it all through, their younger life and their young life and their whole life. The people that saved money and then they got no interest on their money and inflation destroyed them. And frankly, they were almost better off if they didn't do anything like that. I mean, those people have been absolutely decimated, and we're going to bring those people back and help those people. We've got to get the prices down. When I look at bacon costing 4 or 5 times more than it did a few years ago,
Sure.
when you look at some of the food products in
Eggs.
grocery stores, people go, they can't believe it. They used to be able to buy a whole cart, and today, a lot of people just don't have the money. They go in and they can't buy anything. They look at
Yeah.
it's
He's
sticker
right on
shock.
that.
They
Eggs
call
are
it
up
sticker
400%.
shock, right?
I think it really just comes, like I said, I think it just comes down to really, I guess, two things, which is that if you solve government overspending, you solve inflation, which improves the living
Right.
standards of the average person, and then if you deregulate, like have sensible regulations, so because a lot of the regulations are nonsensical and cause the cost to be extreme for no reason, but unless you've got effective deregulation, like Reagan did a great job on deregulation in the 80s, but it's been 40 years since we had
That's right.
anyone really. I mean, during your administration, we made some progress, but I think there's opportunity to make, I think, radical progress with sensible regulation. And if
Well,
if
Elon,
those two things, yeah, those are the big deals.
we set a record. We did more deregulation and more restrictions on all of the different businesses than any other president. Remember, I had the rule for every one we put in, you have to get rid of 10 or 12. And we did
Yes.
radical cuts on all of that. And a lot of that's being put back by this administration. And we did radical cuts on things that weren't necessary. But we were all set. We had the best economy ever maybe in the world. And then what happened is COVID came in, and we had to focus on that, and nobody knew what it was. And I always say I got good marks on economy, good marks on military. We knocked out ISIS. We did so many different things. We rebuilt. But, I never got the credit that we really deserved on what we did with COVID. We never got the credit. But had that not happened, a gift from China, from
Stay
Wuhan,
away from the vaccines.
came
Don't
in
talk
from
about the
Wuhan, the
vaccines.
Wuhan labs, and I always said it, and it turned out to be right. But had that not happened, we were set to start reducing debt. We were going to reduce taxes further. I gave the largest tax cuts, and we were going to reduce taxes still further for middle-income people, not only businesses. But we did it for businesses because they're the ones that's why we had the great job numbers. But we were set to really start reducing debt. And, we're sitting on the biggest pile of liquid gold anywhere in the world, bigger than Saudi Arabia, bigger than Russia. And we were going to drill, and we were going to make so much money. We were going to supply Europe with oil. I had stopped the Russian pipeline, and we were going to supply them with oil and gas. We were going to make a fortune. And then the COVID came in, and we really had to divert. Then what happened is when they came in, we kept a lot of businesses alive. If I didn't do what we did, we would have had a 1929 type depression. But
Zero
the problem
COVID.
is when Biden came in, he got trillions of dollars and just started spending it stupidly. You didn't need it anymore. We got over that bad period where everybody was dying and feeling, it was just not a good period. Interestingly, during his
Old
administration,
people, though.
many more people died during his administration of COVID than during my administration, and we really got the brunt of it. But people don't realize more people died during his administration than ours. But it diverted us from doing what I wanted to do. But we had the greatest for almost 3 years. We had the great, and you know that probably better than anybody. So many of your friends said to me, the best years we've ever had in business were during the Trump years, and also said that African American, Hispanic American were so incredible. They were having the best. Asian American women, men, young people without a diploma, young people that graduated from the best colleges, from MIT, from the Wharton School, from all of the great colleges, Harvard. They were doing better, and people without a diploma were doing better, and everybody was happy. And then COVID came, and we had the problem is they spent trillions and trillions of dollars. They wasted. They shouldn't have taken any money, and we wouldn't be having inflation right now, which is killing our country.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I should probably say something about maybe my views on climate change and oil and gas, because I think it's probably different from what most people would assume. Because my views are actually pretty, I think, moderate in this regard, which is that I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry and the people that have worked very hard in those industries to provide the necessary energy to support the economy. And if we were to stop using oil and gas right now, we would all be starving, and the economy would collapse. So it's I don't think it's right to sort of vilify the oil and gas industry, and the world has a certain demand for oil and gas, and it's probably better if the United States provides that than some other countries. Sure. And it would help with prosperity in the U.S. And at the same time, obviously, my view is like we do over time want to move to a sustainable energy economy, because eventually you do run out of. I mean, you run out of oil and gas. It's not there it's not infinite. And there is some risk. I think the risk is not as high as a lot of people say it is with respect to global warming. But I think if you just keep increasing the parts per million in the atmosphere long enough, eventually it actually simply gets uncomfortable to breathe. People don't realize
he needs
this.
To start going after Kamala.
If you go past 1,000 parts per million
of
CO2. You start getting headaches and nausea.
It is her administration.
And
it is her administration.
We're now in the sort of 400 range. We're adding, I think, about roughly 2 parts per million
Walt
per
and the
year.
horse.
So, I mean, it still gives us. So what it means is like we still have quite a bit of time, but so there's not like we don't need to rush, and we don't need to stop farmers from farming or prevent people from having steaks or basic stuff like that. Like you can leave the farmers alone.
I agree. How crazy is that? Where I mean, you have farmers that are not allowed to farm anymore and have to get rid of their cattle, and the whole world is a little crazy. But it's largely taken its lead from us. I just say though, I've heard in terms of the fossil fuel, because even to create your electric car and create the electricity needed for the electric car. Fossil fuel is what really creates that at the generating plants. And, so you sort of can't get away from it at this moment. I mean, someday you might be able to. But I do hear we have anywhere from 100 to 500 years left. Much of it hasn't even been found yet.
Really
but there are tremendous, like Anwar. I got Anwar in Alaska approved. Ronald Reagan couldn't do it. Nobody could do it. Everybody tried. Nobody could do it. I got it approved. The first thing that Biden did was unimprove it, to get rid of it. He ended it. His secretary went in and she ended it.
Let's shift
and
it.
What a disgrace. That's Anwar. That's bigger, or they think it could be bigger than Saudi Arabia in Alaska. Could be bigger than Saudi Arabia. But they went in and they terminated it, and I'll get it going very quickly, because not only is it big for Alaska, I mean, you talk about economic development, that for the United States, I mean, that is, they say bigger than Saudi Arabia or the same size, and pure, really good stuff. and they end it. So I think we have perhaps hundreds of years left. Nobody really knows, but during that
Yeah, I mean,
time,
my
something will
estimate,
come around that will be
yeah,
very good.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my estimate would be, a little more aggressive than that, but it's not the sort of like we're all going to die in 5 years stuff. That's obviously BS. Um, but I mean, my view is like if you just look at sort of the parts per million that increments every year, you get sort of 2 or 3 parts per million every year of CO2. Uh, I mean, I think some of that it's problematic if it accelerates if you start going from 2 or 3
Right.
to say 5, and then there may be some situations where
Greenland. I don't see
you
the
get
trolls. I'll look out for them, man.
just a step change increase in the CO2,
Hmm.
um, and I think we don't want to get too close to 1,000 ppm because like that's actually makes it uncomfortable to breathe. Like just existing in 1,000 ppm CO2 is uncomfortable. That's like that's considered like an industrial hazard.
Right.
Just so it's that's actually you start getting headaches and stuff. So it's even without global warming, it's not comfortable to live. So you don't want to get too close to that. But I mean, I think we've got. I think we want to just move over and if I don't know 50 to 100 years from now we're I don't know mostly sustainable. I think that'll probably be okay. So it's not like the house is on fire immediately, but I think it is something we need to move towards. And on on balance, it's probably better to move there faster than slower. But like I said, without
I don't see
vilifying
any
the oil and
trolls.
gas industry, and without causing hardship in the short term, I think this can be done. Without but people can still have a stake, and they can still drive gasoline
Sure.
cars, and it's okay. It's like it's not. I don't think we should vilify people for it, but I think we should just generally lean in the direction of sustainability. And I actually think solar is going to be a majority of Earth's energy generation in the future, and it's certainly trending that way.
Hmm.
And so you get the solar power, combine that with batteries, so because obviously the sun doesn't shine at night, and then you use that to charge the electric cars, and you have a long-term sustainable
I love what
solution.
Trump said about doing
And
an Iron
that's
Dome
what
over the
Tesla's
United
trying to move things
States.
towards, and I think we've
Trump's
made a
also
lot of
self-aware
progress
about
in that regard.
nuclear bombs.
But when you look
They
at
are
our
the number
cars,
one threat.
we don't believe that
You're not going to hear
environmentalism,
that from the
that
left.
caring
They
about the
don't talk
environment
about it.
should mean that you have to suffer. So we make sure that our cars
They talk about
are
this
beautiful,
climate
that they
change
drive well,
being
that
the
they're
number one threat.
fast, they're sexy. I mean, they're cool. In fact, literally, I mean, this sexy joke, Model S, Model 3, Model X, and Y spells out sexy. It's probably the most expensive joke out there. Um, but
Let's get to
I
some of
don't know, I like
Kamala's
cheesy humor,
policies
So,
from 2019.
um, but I'm a big fan of like let's have an inspiring future, and
Yeah.
let's work towards a better future, and we can do so
They're
without demonizing
Right.
anti-democracy.
people.
I'm okay.
You know.
It's very interesting. You use the word global warming, and today they use the word climate change because you have some places that go up, and so they were getting themselves in a little trouble with the word global warming because not every place is warming. Some places are going the opposite direction. But
The climate always changes.
I'm sort of waiting for you to come up with solar panels on the roofs of your cars and on the trunks of the cars, and it just seems like something that at some point you will come up with.
You
I'm
just need a
sure you'll
solar
be the first.
panels
But it would
in
seem that a
Arizona,
solar
a
panel
giant solar panel farm.
on the roofs, on flat surfaces, on
It's
certain
the most.
surfaces
It gets the
might be
most sun
good.
hours
Yeah.
out of
At
any
least
place
in certain
in
areas
the
of the
world.
country where you have or the world
Sure.
where you have the sun. But I would think, and I have
Arizona.
no idea because that's not my world, but I would think that this would be something that would be interesting. But the one thing that I don't
Yuma,
understand is
Arizona.
that people talk about global warming or they talk about climate change, but they never talk about nuclear warming. And to me,
Sure.
that's an immediate problem because you have, as I said, 5 countries where you have major nuclear, and probably some others are getting there, and that's very dangerous. That's where you need a strong American president because you don't want to have this proliferation. But you have 5 countries and getting more. China is much less than us right now, but they're going to catch us sooner than people think. They're way lower. Russia and us are number 1, and I mean, we're sort of tied. And China is far behind, but they're developing at a level that you're not surprised to hear very fast. They'll end up catching up. maybe even
Yeah.
surpassing. But to me, the biggest
Yeah.
problem is not
They've got more than enough.
climate change. It's not, and everything's a problem, but it's degrees. To me, the big problem is the nuclear power. The power of nuclear is so great. And when I talk
Yeah.
about
Nuclear power is underrated. It's
I'll
awesome.
prevent World War
Yeah.
III, I will. But the truth is that you have to, because this is no longer army tanks going back and forth and shooting at each other. This is
Yeah.
a level of destruction and power that nobody's ever seen before.
Yeah, and actually, there's the bad side of nuclear, which is a nuclear war, very bad side. But there's also, I think,
Nuclear energy.
nuclear electricity generation is
Absolutely.
underrated.
You're right.
And it's actually, people have this fear of nuclear electricity generation, but it's actually one of the safest forms
American
of
Revolution, a
electricity
lot.
generation.
The answer is a lot.
It's just a huge misunderstanding. And if you look at the injuries and deaths, caused by, say, I mean, I'm not going to try to pick on coal mining, but just any kind of mining operation. And there's a certain number of injuries and deaths per year. And you compare that to nuclear. Nuclear is actually way better. So it's underrated as an electricity source, and I think it's something that's worth reconsidering. But there's so much regulation that people can't get it done.
Yeah, we need an Iron
so
Dome.
that
Right.
Maybe they'll have
sort
to
of
change the
have
name.
it,
The name is just, it's a rough name. There are some areas like
it's a rough
like when
name.
you see what happened in
Good bad branding.
Right,
The
we'll have to
branding's rough.
rebrand it. We'll have to give it a good name. We'll name it after you or something. No, it has a branding problem. When you see what happened,
It does have a branding problem.
when you see what happened in Japan, where they say you won't be able to go on the land for about 3,000 years. Did you ever see that? And in Russia, where they had the problem, where they, there's a lot of bad things happened, and they have a problem. And they say that in 2,000 years, people will start to occupy the land again. You realize it's pretty bad.
No,
but,
that's not true.
But you're right about it. It's amazing.
It's actually not that bad. So like after Fukushima happened in Japan, like people were asking me in California, are we worried about like a nuclear cloud coming from Japan? I'm like, no, that's crazy. It's actually, it's not even dangerous in Fukushima. I actually flew there and ate locally grown vegetables on
This
TV
is good
to
what
prove
Elon
it.
is saying.
And I donated a solar water treatment, a solar powered system for a water treatment plant. And
Yeah, but you haven't
because
been
the danger
feeling
is
so
just-
well lately, and I'm worried about it.
No, but I mean,
I'm
it's
only
just,
kidding.
It's
I'm
fine, It's like, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were bombed, but now they're like full cities again. So
Right.
it's
Well, that's
really
great.
not
That's
something that
That's right.
So
Well, that's
not,
different than
it's not as
nuclear
scary as people
power
think,
plant.
basically.
Yeah.
But let's see. I mean, are there some other topics we should touch on? Like lawfare. I think
Well,
we need to be concerned about
What they've done to this country.
Obviously,
Yeah. Well, we just won the big case in Florida. This was a Biden administration did something that's never been done in this country, and that's go after their political opponent, me, with this nonsense and just nonsense. And the big case in Florida we won, but they always pick a judge and a jury, and they use the local DAs, they use the local attorney generals, like Fani, Fani, spelled Fani, Fani. And it's all a big hoax, and it's all run from there. Like in Manhattan,
the New York
one of the
case.
top people from the Justice Department went in, ran Manhattan, ran the state. The Letitia James deal was run by a person from the Department of Justice, Biden. They've never done this before, and they set up a very bad precedent. It's called lawfare, warfare. It's a terrible thing, and never happened in our country. It does happen in banana republics and third world countries, but it's never happened. And the incredible thing is it actually drove my numbers up because people see, fortunately I have a platform like you, or, in all fairness, like a conversation like this where I can talk about it and people understand. I mean, you fight for election integrity and you end up getting indicted because you're fighting for election integrity. And when the day comes that you can't fight for election integrity, you don't have a country anymore. So what happens is they went after their political opponent.
I don't know why you can't gift
now,
memberships. I'll have to look at that.
Biden's,
Probably the settings.
close to
I need
vegetable
change it.
stage, in my opinion. Okay, I looked at him today on the beach, and I said, why would anybody allow him? The guy could barely walk. Why would anybody allow him? Does he have a political advisor that thinks this looks good? He thinks this looks good because it looks so bad.
They had a 2-hour live
And
stream on the beach,
it's
C-SPAN.
ridiculous. I mean, and he's been doing that for a long time. You know, he can't lift the chair. The chair weighs about 3 ounces. It's meant for children and old people to lift, and he can't lift it. The whole thing is crazy.
Well, he's clearly not,
Talk about when he
he's
shit
clearly,
himself.
Like, we just don't have a president right
You
now.
don't have a
That's just obviously-
president,
Talk
and
about
she's going to be
in
worse than
Normandy.
him because she is a San Francisco liberal who destroyed San Francisco, and then as Attorney General, she destroyed California. You talk about location, and we're talking about the sun and the water and all. There's nothing better than California. She has destroyed that. She was the original DA. She was the original in San Francisco. She was the original Attorney General in California. What she has done to California is, well, you know better than I do. You just left California for a lot of those reasons. And what she's done with crime, with cashless bail, where you kill somebody. I mean, we have states now you kill somebody and they let you out right away. I mean, you don't have to even put up, and then they never find the people unless they kill again, and then they let them out again. Our country is becoming a very dangerous place, and she is a radical left San Francisco liberal, and now she's trying to protect. Now she's looking like she wants to be more Trump than Trump,
Get to
if that's
Kamala.
possible. I don't think it's possible, but she wants to be more Trump than Trump.
Yeah.
I want a wall.
I think that's...
You know, she wants to release all the prisoners that are in detention, and some of these guys are really bad.
Right.
That just came out today. She doesn't want to build the wall, even though the walls work. Walls and wheels. You know, in your business, everything you do is obsolete. Almost, well, not the tunnels, but everything is obsolete. Even your rocket ships, they're like a month later, they're obsolete. You find a better way to. The only thing that's not obsolete is a wall and a wheel. And the wall, you know, I built hundreds of miles of wall, and that's why we had such good numbers. I was going to add 200 miles. We bought it. We could have flipped it up in 3 weeks, and they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. That meant, I said, wow, that means that they actually do want to have open borders. She wants to have open borders, and now she's going like she's tough on the border. It's such a lie.
Yeah, this is simply not true. This is simply not true.
No, and everybody knows
it's
it's
not
not true. It's a disgrace that she can say it.
No, I mean, obviously, what's happening sort of overnight.
She's tough on the wall, but she's going to allow the
rewriting history
20 million illegals to
and
get
making
citizenship.
Kamala sound like a moderate when in fact she is far left, like far left.
Worse than Bernie Sanders. She is considered more liberal by far than Bernie Sanders. She's a radical left lunatic, and if she's going to be our president, very quickly you're not going to have a country anymore. And she'll go back to all of the things that she believes in. She believes in defunding the police. She believes in no fracking, zero. Now all of a sudden she's saying, no, I really want to see fracking. If they got in, the day she got in, she'll end fracking. And by the way, if people didn't think that, the lunatics that really believe in that, they won't vote for her. You know, like the Palestinians and Israel. She is so anti-Israel, and she's bad for both. Biden actually did something that was impossible. Both sides hate him, you know, both sides. That was a hard thing to do, unification.
That is true, because that's a losing issue for them.
Yeah, no. I mean, Netanyahu came to give a talk to a joint Senate and House sitting, and I was there, and Kamala stood him up. You know, what does that say?
I think it's highly disrespectful. And I say, if you're a Jewish person, or if you believe in Israel, if you're a person that, you know, is a very pro-Israel, if you vote for her, it's worse than Biden. And Biden was bad. But if you vote for her, you ought to have your head examined. And you see tonight, I mean, as we're doing this, I'm seeing reports coming that they expect an attack tonight or tomorrow from hundreds and maybe thousands of rockets. You know, their Iron Dome, as they call it, as we all call it, but their shield that they build, that can be swamped.
I will sleep well if
we'll use the term.
brings up Willie Brown,
swamped.
Huck Harris.
They swamp it
Trump
by
will probably
shooting enough
avoid it,
missiles. You know this better than anybody. By shooting enough missiles, they can't defend themselves. You know, they just obliterate the whole place.
I mean,
and that's what some people think they're looking to do. And we have no leadership. There's no respect for the United States of America with these people.
But I do think
it
is
just the far right.
She'll be worse than him
because she's a believer in being radical left, and he wasn't.
I think you're right. I mean, it really it's important for the public that may be listening to this to look at Kamala's track record, before the last like month, and say, is that a track record you agree with? And I think if you're an independent moderate, you definitely would not agree with it. Because it is
They wanted to
her
remove
behavior has been
Kamala
far
as
left,
VP
and
in March because
we're
they
seeing
thought
just
she
an
was
overnight
dragging down
propaganda attempt to
Biden.
rewrite history and make it sound like
Colbert
Kamala's
said
moderate
it.
when she in
They
fact
didn't
is
mention
not
that.
moderate.
Well,
So I
her
think
running
that
mate approved, signed into legislation, tampons in boys' bathrooms. Okay, now
yeah,
that's
yeah,
all I
that's
have to
weird.
hear. Tampons in
That's
boys'
weird.
bathrooms, and that
10-year-old
means
boys.
she believes
Yeah,
in that too. I mean,
yeah, that's
she
not
picked this
okay.
guy
Waltz is a
because he was the
joke.
closest to her. A lot of people thought she'd pick sort of the opposite, but she picked an
Shapiro.
anti-Israel radical left person. But she is far worse, they say, than Bernie Sanders. If we have her as a president, if we have a Democrat at this moment as the president, I don't think our country can survive.
I think it's a massive. I think we're in massive trouble, frankly, with the Kamala administration, and that's my honest opinion. Um, and uh, and I think really it's essential that you win for the good of the country for this election. And I mean I'm just stating my opinion. Now you may have seen this, but I got a letter from the EU Commission, like saying, to not have disinformation on during this discussion that we're having, and there's a lot of attempts to do censorship and to force censorship even on Americans from other countries, and what do you think about that?
Well, I know the European Union very well. They take great advantage of the United States in trade, as you know. We, through a different forum, NATO, we protect them. And yet, if you build a car in the United States, you can't sell it in Europe. You just can't sell it. It's impossible. The same thing with our farmers. Our farmers find it very difficult to do business. We have a deficit with them of $250 billion, which people don't know. It sounds so nice, the European Union, but let me tell you, they're not as tough as China, but they're bad. And
They
I
tried
let them
censoring
know
the
it.
interview.
And that's probably why they notified you. No, they don't treat our country well. We defend them.
They want liberals in
With
office.
Ukraine. So we're in for 250 billion, and they're in for about 71 billion, and they have the same size. If you add up the European nations that in terms of an economy, it's about the same size. When you say as us, and they're in,
Yeah,
and they're in much greater risk. They're right there. We have an ocean separating us from. In this case, the enemy would be Russia. Used to be for the
yeah,
Soviet Union, but let's assume they're close enough. And what happens is they're in for 70-something million. I think even less than that billion, and we're in for about 250 billion, and it could be a lot higher than that. And I say, why aren't you going to equalize? Why aren't they paying what we're paying? And they're in much more, it's much more important for them because of the fact that, they're right near there. I mean, they're all sort of in that location. We're not. But
yeah,
they should, and I did it with NATO. There were only 7 countries that were paid up in NATO out of 28 at the time. And the United States
yeah,
was
yeah,
the United States was subsidizing
We get screwed
NATO,
with NATO.
tremendously subsidizing NATO. And I went
yeah,
in and I said, you
yeah.
got to pay up. If you don't pay up, we're not going to defend you any longer. I took a lot of heat, but you know what happened? Billions and billions of dollars came flowing in, and
Yeah, I think a lot of the public isn't aware of the fact that the United States pays a disproportionate share of the NATO expenses.
They better
and
be.
then we get
Even though
taken advantage of on trade. So
Announce
think
the
about
NATO
it.
well,
tax.
I mean, the point of NATO is defending Europe, and it's it's like, then okay, well, why is the United States paying disproportionately more to defend Europe than Europe? That doesn't make sense. That's unfair, and that is an appropriate thing to address.
Well,
Um,
when you talk about
so
cost cutting and savings and everything else, I mean, honestly, look, there's nobody that feels worse about the Ukraine situation than I do because I know it would have never happened. I know Zelensky. He was very honorable to me because when they went with the Russia hoax and they said I had a phone call with him, he said it was a perfect phone call. It was a great phone call. He could have grandstanded and, said, oh, he was very threatening. He said, no, it was a very nice phone call. I called him up to congratulate him on his win, and you end up getting impeached because these people are lunatics. I was talking about the difference from the people within and the enemies on the outside. In many cases, the people from within are more dangerous for our country than the Russias and the Chinas. If you have a smart president, you're not going to have a problem with them. You're going to do things.
Yeah.
Now, they've taken advantage of
absolutely.
us incredibly, but you're going to do things with the right person.
Yeah, well, I think it's obvious that you're a believer and an advocate of free speech, because during your first term as president, you were attacked relentlessly every day, often very unfairly with with false attacks, and you didn't try to shut down the media. You didn't try to inhibit their freedom of speech, and I think that says a lot.
Well, the good thing is that you and I have, and some people, very few, we can get the word out. Although sometimes it's hard because they don't want to print it, like we're having a great conversation right now. Kamala wouldn't have this conversation. She can't because she's not smart. She's not a smart person, by the way. She can't have this conversation.
She can't answer
and
a single
Biden,
question.
we don't even have to talk about
Vance
it.
is good.
I mean,
Everyone likes
this
Vance
conversation.
now.
He would have given up on the first half of a question. He would have walked out. He would have said, "Where am I? Where am I going?" So anyway, but no, he wouldn't have this.
That's true.
Not a lot of people would have this conversation, but we cover a lot of territory. But the beauty is that we can have a conversation, and I'm able to get it out because I get treated unfairly.
This is a really big point. You can actually have a conversation with you.
Yeah, it's nice, isn't it?
And you can't have a conversation with Biden or Kamala. It's it's not possible.
No transparency, but they're the party of democracy. We don't know what they
want
to do.
It's just impossible.
They hide themselves,
we need
they
a
believe in
man
democracy.
or person who's unbelievably sharp in order to stop all the nuclear danger and all the dangers that I'm talking about. And I got along with all these. I got along with Kim Jong-un. We had dinner. We had everything. And he
that's good.
Really liked me, and I got along with him really well. By the way,
it's good to get along with Russia.
He's the absolute boss over there.
North
a lot of people said, "Oh, do you think he really?"
That's for
Let
sure.
me tell you, I saw things that you don't want to know about. He is the boss. But we had a good relationship, and he doesn't like Biden. He considers him a stupid man. He said he's a stupid man. Well, at least he speaks his mind. But, in this country, you're not sort of allowed to say it, but I guess you are. You should be allowed to say it if it's true. But we need
Democrats said it.
We need smart people, and we need people that have an ability to lead. And she doesn't have that ability. Can you imagine? Now, Chairman Xi very well. Can you imagine her and him negotiating or even standing together? It is, the whole concept is ridiculous. She is terrible. She's terrible. But she's getting a free ride. I saw a picture of her on Time Magazine today. She looks like the most beautiful actress ever to live. It was a drawing. And actually, she looked very much like our great First Lady, Melania. She looked
that was pathetic.
She didn't look like Camilla. That's right. But of course, she's a beautiful woman. So we'll leave it at that, right?
Yeah, well, maybe
she certainly used it politically.
Part of what people in America want people in America want to feel excited and inspired about the future. They want to feel like the future is going to be better than the past, and that America is going to do things that are greater than we've done in the past, reach new heights that make you proud to be an American, and excited about the future.
They want the American dream back. They want the American dream back. More important than anything else, it's like you don't have that today because the people, they've been just sucked. They see incompetent people running our. The Biden thing is very interesting. People just found him to be incompetent, and when I debated him, I was like, "Is this for real?" It was.
Yeah, it was just
he was
absurd. But I think there are some grand projects that we could do. I mean, I think we could build a base on the moon. We could send American astronauts to Mars. We could build high-speed connections that are more advanced than anything else in the world between our cities, so people have fast transport. It's possible to solve traffic with tunnels. We've already made great progress in Vegas doing that, and and just do things that are exciting and inspiring and make the future feel like it's better than the past.
Well, I saw what you did in Vegas, and I'll tell you, it was amazing. I got to see I took a
Tunnels
big
are
glimpse
great.
at it, and it's
They're common
incredible.
sense.
It's incredible, and you could do that all over. You could do that all over. It's deep.
Yeah,
You
and
don't
that's
even need much structure, assuming you're in the right areas.
no, it's straightforward.
It's amazing.
So I think we could do some things that like China's got
The ground is
incredible
so hard you don't
high
need
speed
even
rail
need, that's
between
what he's
its
saying, you don't need a
cities, but
structure.
I think it's actually possible with tunnels if with deregulation with an ability to actually where it's like legal to actually do the tunnels. Then you could have high speed tunnels that are actually better than anything else in the world for high speed transport between cities, and that would be something that Americans can say, wow, okay, we've got something that's cooler than anyone else in the
Yeah.
world. That's the kind of thing that makes you proud to be an
And
American.
much safer than surface trains, where there is a danger there, with people, with crazy people.
Yeah.
It's much safer, much better. And, it's sad because I've seen some of the greatest trains. I find it fascinating. And I've seen the systems and how they work, and the bullet trains, they call them, I guess.
I always
And
have trolls,
they
Andrew.
go unbelievably
My
fast,
model watch it.
unbelievably
My model watch
comfortable,
it.
with no problems. And we don't have anything like that in this country, not even close. And it doesn't make sense that we don't. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think also like there's I'm kind of hopping on the excess regulation, but I think something that like I think people can generally understand is that what happens with laws and regulations is that there's more and more of them every year, and unless there's a process to clean them up, eventually everything becomes
You're right.
illegal, and that actually it slows down the development of new technologies. I mean, if you take the sort of like I think there's room for some reform at the FDA for improving the speed with which we approve drugs that could help save lives and improve people's lives. And
I worked very hard on that. We got that down
yeah.
to the lowest number ever.
Josh,
And
I
we
don't know
got
where he is, but people are
therapeutics
speculating.
approved
I
in
don't
the
know.
FDA
Maybe someone knows.
that
Probably
people can't even
probably.
believe the speed.
That is
But
resort,
I took them on. I don't think they like me too much, but I got things approved in the FDA at numbers that they wouldn't believe. And it's a very bureaucratic group. Actually, it's a fine group of people in many cases. I got to know a lot of them, but I was pushing them really hard for Regenerons, for so many different things that were really pretty amazing. But the FDA takes too long. It's 12 years to get a product approved. I got it down to 4, and I got some
I'm
things
just
done
thinking
very
this
quickly.
is crazy
but
transparency
it's,
compared to the Democrats.
It's really something that
But they want
is
to
going to
save
have to be
democracy.
worked on because it takes too long. Just takes too long.
Yeah, it just takes too long, and it's you end up in the same with the approval, but it's just it takes years instead of something that I think could potentially take months, and that improves people's lives.
Yeah.
I think I just wanted to sort of hop on this point that like there has to be an active process for reducing rules and regulations, because otherwise they just keep building up every year, and you get like hardening of the
His
arteries,
voice is
and
a little
eventually
lispy.
everything's illegal.
It's probably
or
from
takes
the
forever. And
whatever
then,
he's recording,
and then we
talking
just,
into.
We just ossify as a
Talking
society.
through the mic
We
on his
just,
phone.
we can't make any progress, and that's it's a really big
Well,
deal.
Elon, just getting back to the FDA for 1 second, I got something done called Right to Try. This is where you can go in, and if you're terminally ill, you can use a space age, medicine or whatever it may be. We have the best doctors, the best labs in the world. We really
Harris
do.
campaign is
And-
coping. They
but
put up
people
a
would go
response
to other
about the
countries
space.
because you couldn't use the
why doesn't
product,
she do a
even if they
space if
thought
she-
it worked, because
if
it's
she
going
wants to
through the
criticize
FDA.
Trump, why doesn't
I
she
got
do
it
an
approved
hour
where
space
you
then?
can, you basically, look, nobody wanted, the doctors didn't want it because of the liability. The country didn't want it, our country, because they didn't want to get sued. These are people terminally ill. The insurance companies didn't want it, and the pharmaceutical companies, nobody wanted it. I got everybody into a room, and we came
think
up
Trump
with an
might have something
agreement
wrong
that
with
you
his
won't get
mouth.
sued. And also, they didn't want it on their record. If somebody's terminally ill and they die after taking a drug, they didn't want that on their record. So we set a separate list. If somebody was, so it wouldn't count as a negative.
Yeah.
Okay. And as you know, we got it done. We have saved Right to Try. They've been trying to get this done for 58 years, and it sounds simple, but it wasn't, because the insurance companies, nobody wanted it, but we got it done.
Sure.
Somebody signs. You sign a document that you're not going to sue the insurance companies, the country. You're not going to sue anybody, and we got it done. And we're saving tens of thousands of lives. Right to Try. Hopefully, you never need it, but if you do, You don't have to travel to Asia. You know, people,
Right.
if they had money, they go to
Yeah,
Asia, they go
sure.
to Europe. If they don't have money, they go home and die. That's what happened. They'd go home and
Yeah.
die.
Well, I mean, and actually, to give Europe some props here, it's like if a drug is approved in Europe, which has a crazy amount of regulations, it should obviously be approved in the U.S.
Yeah.
I mean, they get more regulations than we do. So why would a drug be approved in Europe and not in the U.S.? That's crazy.
Well, we did it. We did
Um,
something that really, they've been trying to do it for 50 years and they just couldn't get it done. And I got it done. And it's really something. But you're right. Some people go to Europe because a drug isn't approved here, but it's approved in Europe. And it's a drug that, generally speaking, would
yeah,
work. It's pretty crazy.
absolutely.
You're right.
And I think so long as people are properly informed of the
Guys,
pros and cons and like
if
these
there
are
are
the risks,
trolls
these
in
are
the chat, don't
these are the risks,
feed them.
and like you
Just
make
don't
your own
respond to
decision.
them. If there are trolls, I
that
really
makes
haven't
sense.
seen much
Well, I
bad
think just,
stuff.
you know,
but
in sort of closing up, and by the way, I'm looking at the numbers. You get a lot of people listening. I hope you don't get
Yeah.
nervous
it was
because
at
you got a lot of
1.3.
people listening
I
to
don't
you
know
right now,
how
like
high it got.
60 million or something. What is that number? It's crazy. It's amazing how you can see that right away. How many? What is the number? Wow.
1.1.
What is it?
Well,
Wow.
I think in
Wow,
terms of people
that's bigger than you said. You said 25 and you're much more than double that number.
Trump's got
25 million. I think you're going to be 60 or 70.
Trump
And I
got
guess
stung
over
by
a
a bee or
period of
something.
time. Hey, I congratulate you. Do I get paid for this or not?
well, I think actually in terms of the number of people that will hear this conversation over the next few days to
Right.
weeks, it's going to be hundreds.
That's
of
what they
millions.
say. Yeah, that's good. Well, look,
It's gonna be
it's
a
an
billion.
honor. But I just asked this: are you better off now, or were you better off when I was president? Nobody's better off now. People, you know, we put out polls on that, and nobody's better off now. Inflation has killed it, and you know they also feel very unsafe. You look at what's going on with a lot of different things. You look at the riots we had at the
Yeah.
colleges over. I mean, it's ridiculous, but
Right.
all of the riots, they just feel unsafe. And now they really feel unsafe because you have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. I call it Biden migrant
yeah.
crime.
When have
Maybe
the
I'll call
Democrats
it
ever had
Kamala
transparency?
migrant
These people
crime.
don't even try to
But-
come up with good
I mean,
assassination
with all
plot
these things, I always
explanations.
try to get to the ground
They
truth
just
by just
clarify
asking
everything and
people.
hope the
And
next
my
generation
mom
forgets.
lives in New York, and
You're
was
right.
like,
We need to hammer them
Mom,
on
do you know,
not
have
having
any
any
of your friends,
transparency. Yet they
been
say they want to save
attacked or
democracy,
assaulted? She
but
said,
they
yeah,
won't
3
allow
of
anyone
her
to interview
friends
them.
in 3 separate
Crazy.
incidents were assaulted just
I mean, that's
in
like a
recent
communist
months,
regime.
just walking around the streets of New York. And I said, well, what happened to the people that assaulted them? Oh, nothing. They got away. Like
They're minorities.
They're
We
just
can't
They
no,
always
jail them.
get
That's
away.
racist.
nothing's going. And they don't even bother reporting it because there's not. They know that there's not. They're not going to. People are not going to get prosecuted.
Lawless
They
society.
just let
California, New
violent
York.
criminals out in New York.
The
with-
only
with
one that
zero
gets
bail.
prosecuted is Donald Trump. They prosecute Trump.
Yeah, I mean it's just obviously messed up.
Oh, it's terrible.
If violent criminals are being getting off scot free, and meanwhile the New York spending massive resources prosecuting you, and it's like what's this and I think the sort of sensible public looks at this and says, what the heck's going
A
on
weekly
here?
chat
This is
call
obviously abuse of
in
the
a
legal
Twitter
system.
space, you mean?
For
me
the
or
legal
for
system's
Elon?
supposed to be protecting the public
Right.
from violent criminals, and it should be
They might do
obviously
a weekly
allowing the
chat.
public to make their own decision about who should be president, as opposed to some legal case.
I don't think
Once
Trump
they
has a
start
mic. He's
this
just talking.
precedent, because this can go
He
on
might
with
just
the
be
next
talking
one.
like
I mean,
this.
this is a very bad precedent what they're doing in terms of going after their political opponent, and that's all it is. It's going after their political opponent, and
Yeah.
and then you get a judge who's a strong Democrat, and I'm
Yeah,
being
they-
nice when I say
They
that. In
made
many
it to where you
cases,
didn't have to
crooked as
report
hell.
crime in
But you get a
precincts.
judge, and you go into an area where a Republican gets 3 or 4% of the vote, and you'll have a jury pool
Yeah.
with people that hate Republicans or hate. It could also be the other way, though,
Of course.
because it could start the other way in areas where they hate
Exactly.
Democrats, and you get into a
Yep.
Pandora's box. It's a very dangerous thing for this country, and a very dangerous thing even for the state.
Bennett,
New
what is the
York
price of
City
it right
is
now?
losing- New
Absolutely.
York City and state.
It's because of
lose
the
a lot
start of the
business
interview. I'm guessing
over
that's
what
why.
they did to me, because these people say we
Unfortunately.
don't want that to happen to us. That's no justice system. You have an unfair system of
Yes.
justice, and it's costing New York
2036
State a tremendous amount of money. People are leaving and companies are leaving, and they won't come back. So, all of that stuff is important. But the economy now
Yeah,
is
Eli,
the
you're
big
right.
thing, and we can turn that economy up so fast, and people are going to be back again. We're going to get rid of
Yeah,
inflation.
I think there's a lot of
Right.
opportunity. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So
And I just
I,
want
th-
to
I
I want to
think
congratulate
Brock
you. You've
Bennett,
done
is
an
he a troll?
amazing job. You have definitely got a fertile mind. We can talk. You and I
A
can talk
fertile
about
mind.
it's,
rockets and
it's kind of you to say thank you.
well tunnels. We can talk about tunnels and rockets and electric cars. So many things. And now you're into the AI, and that's going to be another beauty, I'll say. So
Yeah.
it's an amazing thing you've done, Elon. It's an amazing thing, and I
Well,
congratulate you.
I mean, thank you. And well, I mean, I just say here, here's to an exciting, inspiring future that people can look forward to and be optimistic and excited about what happens next. And that's the kind of future that I think you will bring as president, and that's why I endorse you.
Well, I appreciate that. That endorsement meant a lot to me. Not all endorsements mean that much, to be honest. Your endorsement meant a lot. And, we have a phrase, make America great again. It's pretty simple, but it really says that we want to make America great again. And we can do it. We can do it now. But if we were going to suffer another 4 years like we've suffered for the last 4 years, I'm not sure the country can ever come back. That's how bad it is. It's so bad. We have to do a lot of things.
I think that's a very real risk.
Yeah, it's a big risk.
That's a very real risk.
Yeah.
And it's, I'd just like to note to people listening, like I've not been very political before, and if you look at my record, I've actually been. I'm not like
He's a
some
Democrat.
try to paint me as like a far right guy, which is absurd because I'm like making electric vehicles and solar and batteries, helping with the environment, and I actually
He voted Biden.
I supported Obama. I stood in line for 6 hours to shake Obama's hand when he was running for president, and so it's not like I'm like some
I
sort
thought
of
Elon
bad in the
endorsed
world
Biden.
long-term Republican.
Is that wrong?
I'd call myself, historically a moderate Democrat, but now I feel like we're really at a critical juncture for the country, and I think a lot of people thought the Biden administration would be a moderate administration, but it's not, and obviously we're just going to see an even further left administration with Kamala. That's my honest opinion.
It's only
I mean, her
getting
dad
worse.
is literally. I mean, she was brought up as an actual. Her dad is a Marxist economist. You can Google it. I mean, it's not a. We're not making this up.
The AI said she was a communist.
That's how she was brought up. So, and we want to have a future that is prosperous, and I think we're just at this critical juncture, and I think this is a case of the America is going to at a fork in the road, and
It's true.
and I think it will take the path like you are the path to prosperity, and I think Kamala is the opposite. Then that's my honest opinion. I'm gonna get attacked like crazy, and I've also experienced quite a bit of lawfare myself. But
That's what they do.
I'm
They just put
trying
the
to
law
tell
on
people
you.
my honest opinion, and I haven't been really active in politics before, and I'm just trying to point out that my track record historically has been moderate, if not moderate, slightly left, and so this is to people out there who are in the moderate camp to say I think you should support Donald Trump for president. And I think it's actually a very important junction in the road,
The
and
number
we're
one
in deep
innovator.
trouble if it goes the other way.
Well, I want to thank you. And, I actually always did think of you as somewhat left. I must say that. So it's
Yeah.
even more of an
Well,
honor to have
yeah.
your endorsement. I know how strong you feel about it. But, when you think of her, San Francisco, 15 years ago, I had a great friend, Bob Tish. He said it's the greatest city in America. And now it's almost not livable there. And California likewise. And she was involved in the destruction of San Francisco and the destruction of California. And she will be involved in the destruction of our country if people are so
Thomas,
unwise
that's big.
as
Michigan's
to
an important state.
elect her. And I hope that doesn't happen. And I hope the elections are going to be run honestly. And we're going to turn this country around. We're going to do things and we can do it fairly quickly. And we have to get rid of the criminals that have been, given to us by other countries as they laugh. They laugh at us. They think we're stupid to accept these people. These are radical, stone cold killers in many cases and terrorists. And they're in our country by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
And we have to take them out.
Yeah, I mean, if I could summarize it, perhaps,
Yeah,
you know, I
Eli,
think
I'm not looking at the chat as much.
these are issues that I think
You can do whatever you
most
want
people
with
in
it.
America would
You
agree
know,
with, which is that we want safe and clean cities, we want secure borders, we want sensible government spending, we want to restore both the perception and reality of respect in the judicial system. Just, you know, stop the lawfare.
Chris, this is
And
very rare.
I think that's like, and how are those even right wing positions? I think those are just that's just common sense, and that's I mean, would you agree with that?
100%. I don't understand, the whole, they call it progressive. They don't like the word liberal anymore, but call it liberal or progressive. I don't understand how somebody could say that it's okay for them to empty prisons into our country. And again, I told you their crime rates all
Definitely
over
not
the world
okay.
are going way down, which makes sense. In fact, the next time what we'll do is, if something happens with this election, which would be a horror show, we'll meet the next time in Venezuela, because it'll be a far safer place to meet than our country. Okay, so we'll go, you and I will go, and we'll have a meeting and dinner in Venezuela, because that's what's happening. Their crime rate's coming down and our crime rate's going through the roof. And it's so simple. And you haven't seen anything yet, because these people have come into our country and they're just getting acclimated. And they don't know about being politically correct law enforcement or lack
Alex,
of law
what a great
enforcement.
statement.
And our police, I have
What a
to
great
just end with
statement.
this. We have great police. We have great law enforcement, but they're not allowed to do their job. They have to be able to do their job
Yeah.
without being destroyed.
Well, absolutely, and it's obviously demoralizing if you're a police officer risking your life.
I think Kari Lake's gonna lose in
You
Arizona,
know,
man. I don't know.
You know, to arrest
Chris, what do
violent
you think?
criminals who could kill you and do kill you sometimes, and then you arrest the violent criminal, and then the DA, you know, doesn't prosecute, and they just let the guy out.
Yeah.
Well, then, like, why should a police officer risk their life to arrest a violent felon?
Well, even worse, Elon,
Trump can
nothing's
take
gonna
back the
happen.
ads
even worse,
easily.
they prosecute
in
the
1 week
police
of good
officer.
polls.
They go after it and they prosecute the police officer, and they take away his pension, they take away his
Yeah.
job, he loses his family, he loses his house.
I thought I just heard a Minecraft noise.
I thought
Yeah,
it was very
Elon's son is
telling, like,
playing
incredibly
Minecraft in the
telling
background.
That, you know, when there was that case where, you know, sort of a gang of thugs beat up police officers. I think it was in Times
Yep.
Square in New York, and then nothing happened to those guys. They were let out, zero bail, and I think a bunch of them were given free tickets to California. Well, what is I mean, that is a gross indignity against the United States, and that's how, I mean, this is insane. Like, have we lost all pride? How can such a thing be allowed to occur?
I've never seen anything, we see where they get shot. It's a very dangerous profession, but it's something they're very proud of, and they want to be able to do their job. But I've seen them get shot. I've seen a lot of things, but I've never seen where these
Darren
guys are
playing
standing in
Minecraft.
the middle of a big street, everybody watching them, and they're literally boxing, like punching, stand-up fighting a police officer. There were two of them, and you had about six of these guys, and they're punching the hell out of them. And in their own country, they would be dead if they did that. They'd be shot.
Yes.
They would be shot instantly. And, they come from these countries, and it's taking them a
Explore
while to
Trump
realize
Tower.
that we don't do that in this country.
Do they have a Trump
but
Tower?
in their own country,
Yeah.
if they stood on a street and had a fight with a police officer, they would be shot. There's no political correctness. And it's such a sad, it's such a sad
Yeah,
thing
Eli,
to see.
if everyone
And that's the
agrees
reason
that
we have
people
crime,
are
by
just
the way,
trolling
because we
and they
don't
just
do
keep
anything about
derailing it, a dead giveaway
we
is
just
when they
cannot have a
constantly
situation
comment
where our police officers are
like
beaten up
7
on
times in a
camera,
minute. Then
by
you're doing a good job.
A gang of illegal immigrants, and then nothing happens to the guys that beat up the cops. I mean, and they're let out. This is unacceptable.
Well, we're going to change it, and we're going to get them out of the country. When I first got involved, they said you couldn't get them back to these countries. You couldn't take them back. In the case of Guatemala, Honduras, El Salvador, some others, you couldn't get them back. And I said, really? Oh, you can't get them back? Because under Obama,
Yeah, this is
you
like
couldn't get them
listening to
back.
a phone call a little
They'd
bit.
fly them in, and they'd put planes on the runways in these countries, so you couldn't land the plane. They'd bring them back. And the generals told me, sir, we can't bring them back to countries.
Yeah,
won't
Sports
accept
Zone, we've been
MS-13
wondering.
gang
He
members.
got
They
stung
won't
by a
accept
bee
them.
in the mouth.
And I said, really, how much do we pay these various countries in terms of economic aid, which is also somewhat ridiculous? And the answer was $750 million. I said, good. Tell them they're in default. They're delinquent. We're not paying them anymore because they won't accept it. And you know what happened? They all called me, every one of them. They said, We would be honored to take them back, sir. We would be honored. It was so easy. But it's one of those things. And we got them back. We took in so many. You know, MS-13 is probably the worst gangs in the world. They're the most vicious, violent. We took them out of here by the thousands and got them out of here. And their countries took them back. And because I said you're not getting any more economic aid.
Yeah, it's going to keep going on.
That, they
it's
were
never ending,
nice.
Joseph.
They wouldn't take them back for Obama.
Yeah.
They wouldn't take them back for anybody. And now we have a problem because we have this guy, and they don't take him back anymore with Biden because they don't respect him.
Yeah.
I don't know what Trump is using.
It's just got to
exactly,
be done.
but
You just can't have.
It might just be him talking into his phone like
whether
this. I don't
they're
know.
citizens or not citizens, we can't have, because they won't prosecute citizens either, not just illegals. So you can't have violent, repeat violent offenders that are not that don't get
he might have bit his tongue.
incarcerated.
That's not a big deal.
Because they will obviously, by definition, continue to hurt people. And I think where part of this comes from is that there's and I do sort of consider myself liberal in some ways. I mean, it's just that you want to have empathy for people. Obviously, you want to have empathy for people. I totally agree with that. You want to have empathy, but you also have to have empathy for the victims of the criminals.
Time to call
it. If you just have empathy for the criminals,
it sounded like they were going to call it like 10 minutes ago, and I think they're just kind of.
You're not thinking. You're not.
Because it seemed like Elon was like, "Well, thank you," and then Trump said something.
You got to say like,
end
what if you don't incarcerate this person? Who are they going to?
They've just been talking
hurt?
About.
Who are they might kill someone. They might rape someone.
Liberals not putting
if you don't
minorities in
incarcerate
jail.
them, you have to have empathy for the victims. And there's a lack of empathy for the victims of the criminals, and too much empathy for the criminals. It doesn't make sense. That's why you want to have deep empathy for society as a whole, not shallow empathy for criminals.
Right. And we have to give our police officers the dignity and the respect that they deserve. And we have to let them do their job. They can do a great job, but we have to let them do their job. And if we don't do that, it's going to all disappear. There's never been a society like this where you're allowed to do anything you want and nothing happens. And I'm talking about violent crime. And it's going to get more violent because these are really, really violent people. And we're going to get them out of our country, and we're going to get them back to because they were sent here by the presidents and by the various people that run those countries. And I know every one of those guys. And
well, he is a little bit
people,
older. Let's cut him some
and
slack.
they're streetwise people. And they really think that the USA is
he knows
stupid.
more than Kamala.
They think we're run by stupid people, and they happen to be right. But when I was there, we had no problem. We got them out. We took out thousands of MS-13 gang members. We brought them back. And now, again, it's the same old story. We don't do it. And they actually gave them a big increase in aid. They raised it up to billions of dollars, and they get nothing for it. So
they want to go for 2 hours, I think. I don't know.
I hope everybody's going to vote for Trump, and we're going to get this country straight.
Yeah.
And I didn't need this. I'm like you. I didn't need this. I had a very nice life. I didn't need to go through court systems and go through all the other stuff and run at the same time. I have to run. I have to go through fake trials with, in some cases, corrupt judges, totally corrupt judges.
Trump was performing better than I
had a nice life.
Yeah, Trump's
impressive.
impressive.
I have great locations. I have beautiful oceans that I have places. But I felt it was important. And if I had to, do it over again,
it's actually stored up
there. You
there.
probably think I'm crazy for doing it, actually. But if I had to do it over again, I would have done it over again, because this is so much more important than me or my life. We're going to save this country. This country is going down. And these people are bad people that we're running against, and they're liars. They make statements. They do things that are so bad. They say they're going to make a strong border. They say they've been great on the border, and they've been the worst in history. They say they're going to stop crime.
The facts speak for themselves.
It's so incredible.
Speak for themselves. Like it's gotten to the point where people just don't even bother reporting crime in a lot of cities because they know nothing is going to happen.
Kamala still doesn't understand how our
that's what I hear
anecdotally
anecdotally from people all the time.
You see this this thing, you push
just,
the button, and
my
water
values,
comes
I'm just
out,
saying
and water is
people out
created
there,
by magic.
The things I think are important for the future is like we've got to have safe cities, we've got to have secure borders, we've got to have sensible spending, and we've got to have deregulation, and so we can have a prosperous future. And then we want to have some exciting, sort of moonshot projects that people can get fired up about. And that's the future I'm looking for. And I'm pro-environment, but I'm not against. I'm not like I don't think we should vilify the oil and gas industry because they're keeping civilization going right now, and but I do think we want to move at a reasonable speed towards a sustainable energy economy. Those are my values, and I think and so I mean that's why I'm supporting you for president.
Well, I
So.
appreciate it. We're going to give incentive to companies to come into our country, not to leave our country. We're going to be giving tremendous incentives. We want companies to build here, not to build in other locations. And we want to create jobs. And again,
That's
it's
2
about the
hours.
American dream.
That's
You
2
don't
hours,
hear
I
about
believe,
the
right?
American dream anymore, Elon. You don't hear. You're the American dream in the truest sense. But you don't hear about the American dream anymore. And you're going to hear about it. People, they need that incentive to go out
Yeah.
and do it. And they're going to love their lives. I mean, they're going to look forward to getting up in the morning and going to a job that they love, not a job that they can't stand, or not any job at all where they have no money, where they literally have no money, and then they end up with violence and lots of other problems. No, we're going to do some great things. And I learned a lot in the first. We had a great economy and all of that. We rebuilt the military. We did so much, but I also learned the best people. I learned the good people, the smart people, the dumb people, the people that can do things, the people, you learn.
Harris just
When I first
declined her
came in,
Time
I
magazine
tell
interview.
people
Is that
I was
true?
in Washington, D.C. only 17 times, according to the fake news media. I was in 17 times. I never stayed over.
Yeah,
And
Elon,
you don't
he's
know
a
people.
moderate.
You
He's
rely
actually
on
was
other
left-wing.
people
Now
to
he's
give you
like,
names,
the
and then
left's
you
gotten
realize
so
the
bad,
people you relied on
I have to
weren't
vote for
so good.
Trump.
Now, we had great people, but we also had some where I wouldn't have, used them had I known. Now I know everybody. And I think we're going to really turn things around fast. We have no choice. Otherwise, we're not going to have a country. And I really appreciate this. To me, it's been a lot of fun being with you. You're an amazing guy. You've done an incredible job and a great inspiration to people, a great inspiration. And I hope you keep going and just continue to do well. And we're going to have a big election coming up. And I think November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. I think that election will be the most important election. And I think it'll end up being maybe the most important day in the history of our country, because if we don't win, I just feel so sorry for everybody.
Dems
No,
will spin
I
this.
think
Of
we're
course
at
they
a
will.
fork in the road of destiny of civilization, and I think we need to take the right path, and I think
I thought they were
we're
going to end
the
20
right
minutes
path.
ago,
So I
honestly.
think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you very much, Elon. It's a great honor, and we'll do it again sometime. And it's been really fun, and I hope you got a lot of viewers. I hear you got a lot, but I hope you got a lot. I know you got a lot of
big
them.
on the viewers.
So I appreciate it.
He's
I'll
been
see you
talking about the
soon.
viewers a lot.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Elon. Thank you very much. Bye.
So does it end? Is that going to be it? Is Elon going to make a closing statement? Is there a closing statement, or is that it? That's going to be it. Well, we'll take a look at the instant reaction. Trump campaign office in Virginia has broken into. All right, so I guess I'll give my kind of takeaway. Well, yeah, this is it. Kamala simply could not do a 2-hour. I mean, this is another interview, and this is what I was thinking during the entire thing. It was just a visual observation. Trump is doing another. I compare the idea of saving democracy. When it comes to democracy and voting, shouldn't the voters have access, almost like equal access to both candidates? And it's not even like, oh, Trump's just doing so much more than Kamala. It's like Trump's doing everything and she's doing nothing, and they're literally hiding her until the DNC, and they're getting away with it, and the media is not saying anything. And then she just sits back as they all spin it like they're going to spin this. So I think Trump was good. The Iron Dome was, I mean, I don't know if having an Iron Dome is possible, but that's a great idea. Keep us safe. If we got the money to do it, why not do it? I don't know how it protects against hypersonic missiles, but the Iron Dome was good. Maybe not enough attack against Kamala, but I mean, it was a very long conversation. It was not an interview. Honestly, very entertaining. Yeah, it was a good interview. Trump is burying Kamala with media Yeah, she's not. She's not doing anything. It's just they sit back and then they spin it, and it's like, what are you talking about? You don't do anything. Joeski Noel, maybe the GOAT. Oh, the young rookie. Yeah. Comments on DMAGA being down 30%. Well, it's a meme coin. I mean, 30% isn't that much. Look at January 6th, saving democracy, unbelievable. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know what that means. But I give them props just for caring enough about American people to have a voice. Yeah, no, I know that's what I was saying. Why is it always they care about democracy, but Trump's always the one talking? They don't go out and do anything. It's because they're winning in the polls and they want to. Oh, here it is. Reports now I mean, obviously, it's a better look for Elon to also offer her it. It's a better look. It's just like Joe Rogan offering a debate and Trump shows up or wants to do it and Biden doesn't. Gonna have to wait another 20 minutes for a closing statement. Yeah, I don't know. Did he give a closing statement? I don't know. I think that Trump was more on the country on his ideas than to just be attacking Harris. Better for the media, harder to attack. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I mean, people were saying that he needs to stop the name calling and everything, but they wanted him to go after the substance of Harris. Let's see the comments on Leading Reports tweets. I mean, it's going to be a bunch of Republican people, I think, They offered her the interview. She didn't do it. $2.1 million viewers. Why are these people retweeting all of old Trump crap? Yeah, there it is. Right now, okay, so this is their response. Let's see this. Right now, Musk is interviewing Donald Trump live on Twitter. We're not calling it X. Oh, you're so badass. You're not going to... Elon Musk is going to lose sleep. Harris is not calling it X. It's not enough that Musk has pledged to donate millions of dollars to help re-elect Trump. You mean like when you launder money through Act Blue? Kind of like that. He's using his purchase platform, one of the largest social media sites in the world, to spread Trump's unhinged and hateful agenda. And it's been exposed. It's been exposed that she was offered the exact same spot, apparently, if this is true, and they come out and they say this. They say, oh my God, he's helping Trump. You were offered the same spot. It's all you need to hear, chip in $25. So an old lady can take $5 of it and she gets credit for it. I mean, that's what they do. Otherwise, let us remind you why this is a big deal. Richest person in the world is on Team MAGA, but they're the ones that always get the campaign finances. They get more than Trump. They got more in 2020 and 2016. But no, Trump's just trying to win. Hillary got 3 times more than Trump. Biden got 5 times more. I believe his elections reform is needed before banning non-citizen law would help restore my faith. What happened to Trump's tongue? I mean, maybe that'll come out. I don't know. Maybe it was just a bad mic. It just depends who DDoSed him. I think Elon's going to reveal that for sure. Well, no, this is actually wrong. This is wrong. It was that you couldn't pull up photos on anything on X. You couldn't pull up photos. I'm not trying to defend Elon, but New Scum is trending, Nuclear is trending, Iron Dome is trending. Oh, they're making a big deal about the Epstein plane. Does anyone have any idea how much that was worth in advertising? Probably. I mean, they offered Harris the same exact thing. He was using his phone, possibly, but I don't think a phone makes you lisp like the sound like that. It's the mic or the connection. I mean, maybe it was him just talking into his phone. That's what people were saying. I literally already spent all on that coin when I saw the video earlier. Well, dude, listen, I'm sorry to sound mean. You're not a fucking 5-year-old kid. You make your own decisions. I mean, like, what do you want me to do? Hold your hand? These people, it's just like with investments. They're so... Dude, you made the decision to buy the coin. It was your choice. Are you a 7-year-old? Do you need a sippy cup? Why not do an in-person interview? Yeah, it's hard, man. They should have done an in-person interview. I think it would have been way better. Remember when Tucker Carlson and Musk did an in-person interview? Trump's throat was dry. He's talking too much. Dry lips need water. No, but he was doing it at the beginning as well. Yeah, this is good. I mean, it's good for more transparency for Trump to do that. Unfortunately, they just, like, I don't know if it'll catch, but that is a very good thing to have transparency. Of course, Dunkin' Donuts, there's an 8-foot... Well, isn't Dunkin' Donuts... Didn't they come out against Republicans or some shit? I read that. You were replying to trolls. Yeah, I mean, you know, my mod can take care of them, I guess. I don't know. Nothing more cringy than 2020 when celebrities made posts about how happy they were when Biden won. Well, remember when they said they would leave the country in 2016? Mark Cuban didn't say that, but it was funny. They made up a report that Mark Cuban said he would leave if Trump won in 2024. And it just made him look bad. It was funny. Elon Musk is joining Trump. Yes. Oh, so this is what it was.
Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. Yeah. That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
Yeah, it's just the mic picking it up 100%. That's all it is. If
it was impossible. Both sides hate him. You know, both sides. Yeah. That was a hard thing to do. Unification.
That's like a pretty nice setup. It's difficult to make in-person interviews work with schedules. Well, I agree, but people still make it work. You have to understand. I want Trump Shapiro interview. What, with Ben Shapiro? What, the Daily Wire you want him to interview? How bad is disinformation on TikTok? I don't know. I don't go on TikTok personally, man. But I do know that Democrats have offered people up to $20,000 and they give them a script and they say, we'll offer you this amount of money to do anti-Trump videos. That's what they say, anti-Trump videos. Yeah, it was a microphone issue. I mean, the bee sting was just a funny thing, man. I'm glad they have a video out, shows he wasn't slurring. Yeah, I mean, who even cares, dude? Like, it is what it is. I mean, I wish they had an in-person thing, but it's like... Trump on Rogan, Trump on X. Let's go. Yeah, Trump needs to go on Rogan. Hopefully that happens. TikTok disinformation is insane. Well, I mean, I believe it. It's probably, I mean, false information is bad everywhere, I'm sure, but it's hard to police when you get that many users, but especially with, TikTok owned by China, it's probably a cesspool on there. I mean, both sides for sure, but Democrats are promoting, trying to pay people to do it. Libs will still call him incompetent. Well, nothing's gonna change their mind, dude. They're just gonna say whatever they want. Trump on Tucker, yeah, but I mean, Tucker's obviously right wing. I don't know if you're reaching many new people, but obviously it would be a ton of viewers. Trump on Rogan, again, I think it's a possibility. Remember, guys, Rogan offered Biden and Trump a debate where he's the moderator in 2020. Trump agreed, Biden didn't. That's why it didn't happen. Because that was when they were like, oh, our debate's going to happen because of COVID and everything like that. You're still on? Yeah, I was going to maybe get off here in a little bit. But, I mean, you want to, react to it. Trump on PBD. I think PBD would probably give him like 30 gifts. PBD would be like, here you go, yes. You remember PBD with Rogan? Deport all 20 million illegals. It's going to be very hard to do, but obviously you've got one person who's going to give them all amnesty. All of them get amnesty. They will not deport us. They think it's racist to deport people. I'm not even kidding you. So even though they take this policy, it's still racist to deport people. Didn't reach many new people in Montana. I mean, people were critical of that, sure. I mean, I think everyone wanted him in a swing state. Hopefully many undecided. I mean, a lot of undecideds had to have watched. That's a huge interview. The felon narrative has kind of gotten stale. Well, Jeff, the felon narrative was void. After he became a felon, he went up in the polls by like 2 points. So basically, they can't use that anymore. They could never use that. That's why they started calling him weird. Think about that. They could call him a felon instead of weird. They did, and it didn't work. So now they've got this new tagline that he's weird. Daniel, PVD was just like, yes. He's like, I've got something for... Dude, Rogan was uncomfortable. Rogan was like, oh, you're Santa Claus. Are you going to sit on my lap? Rogan was like, ho, ho, ho. Please don't sit on my lap, though. Trump on Stephen A's podcast. Stephen A I can't take Stephen A seriously with politics, man. I've seen too much of his sports. It's hard to, like, switch gears. Remember when it took forever to call Montana in 2020? Did it? Maybe it took, like, a little bit. I don't remember that. But normally they call it right away. Stephen Colbert. With a hair flip. Dude, he ripped off his glasses and he was, like, sweating. There's going to be a big Tim Walz story coming out this week. Definitely interesting. Something about when he was a school teacher. That dude is a mess. He's a complete mess. I think it's a great idea. Campaign in red states shows appreciation. Well, we understand that, but he's already going to win the red states. We got to win an election. I only trust Rasmussen. They are the only fair poll. Well, I mean, I think if we put if you have to understand, some of these polls are so false in terms of demographics, like I mean, they don't even make sense. They've got Kamala beating Trump in Michigan with like white people by 10 points is all a joke. Shane Gillis went after Rogan on Kill Tony last night. What did he do? His Rogan accents? His Rogan impersonation? Or, wait, what did you say? Oh, he went at Rogan. He's mad at Rogan? Joy Reid to interview Trump. What's with Joy Reid getting Trump's hair? Why is that? Why did that happen? Any comments on JD Vance in drag? That was like a costume for Halloween. Good or bad for Trump? It doesn't affect it. I thought it was Nevada that was taking forever in 2020. Well, it was. Let's be honest. It was like 7 states. It was 7 different states that were taking forever. He was just saying that normally Montana is called right away, and maybe that was the state that it took longer. You know, another state that took took really long was like Alaska. Scroll down. 4 years ago, Trump was banning stories. 4 years ago, Twitter was banning stories favorable to Trump. Now the owner is hosting him. Elon Musk tells Trump he wants to be ahead of government spending efficiency commission. So it's big news. Elon Musk reports DDoS attack on X. And guys, what I'm thinking of doing is I'm thinking of having another X profile and or just make another X account, and it's all liberal crap. It's and then I'll go to it and react to it if you want. I mean, I don't have it right now, but SM Lee. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, it was just the mic. It took forever to call Indiana. Really? I thought Indiana normally is always called early. Walt started a club in school where he taught at for gay boys. Really? Thank you for streaming this. Yeah, no problem, man. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, you know, a lot of people are streaming it, I'm sure. Florida is the model for vote counting after 2000? Absolutely. And then they make an excuse like, oh, Florida invested so much on their voting infrastructure. This is absurd. Get the votes counted. Dude, I was going to react to that. The Chuck Schumer video. Should I save my reaction for tomorrow? Dude, Chuck Schumer looked like a rat. And then the dude's like, Dominicans hate you. And then Chuck Schumer was like hunched back, like trying to walk. He's like a rat in the sewers in New York. Or like a... wait, what is the one commercial where there's a giant cockroach? Like, he looks like a cockroach. Chuck Schumer. I'm not kidding you. He does look like a cockroach. You think Indiana could go blue? This election cycle? No way. What did Chuck do now? He got harassed in New York City by a Dominican dude who just embarrassed him. Dude.
You know Dominicans actually hate your guts, right? Because you're a scumbag.
Hold on.
Hey, Chuck, you know Dominicans actually hate your guts, right? Because you're a scumbag. You know that, right? You're a loser. You're a loser, buddy.
And then he just goes...
You're a loser.
Dude, he's hunchbacked.
Hey, Chuck.
Oh, Chuck is not in... Oh, Chuck. Chucky. He looks like a cockroach. He's a cockroach. He's a cockroach. Aaron Judge just said he's endorsing Trump. No way. That would be amazing. Just joined the stream. What are your thoughts on the interview? Well, I did think, you know, with these Trump interviews, they seem to drag on a little bit. It seemed like Elon wanted to cut it off, and then they dragged it on for 20 more minutes. Not that it matters. I thought it was good. I thought the idea of an Iron Dome trying to protect the United States was an awesome idea that I haven't heard at all from the left. Trump is correct. Nuclear war is the number one threat. It's not climate change. That's another great talking point because they always say the number one threat to our future is climate change. But climate change happens over centuries. Even in the worst estimates, Greenland is still going to have all of its ice sheet in 2050, 2060. So he's right on nuclear bombs. The video of Schumer. Oh, God, dude. Dude, he was dancing with Colbert, I think. They were like a couple. Remember when Schumer had the video on the 4th? Remember when Schumer had the photo on the 4th of July? And he had the patty with cheese on it, and then people made fun of him, and then he said, I have to admit, that's the first time I've ever used my backyard. He's like, that's the first time I've ever went in my backyard. It was more like a phone call. Yeah, I know. But because at the beginning, I think it was more of an interview because Musk was letting him talk a lot, and then it became a phone call. Commented that you were a fan of Alex Jones in the past. What are your comments on? Listen, Sandy Hook was obviously a misstep by Alex, and then they amplified it 4 years later to get him banned as an excuse. So yeah. Find the time he did a BBQ, the photo. Yeah, I mean, Alex obviously did have a misstep there, but they had other agendas to getting him banned, and they used that 4 years later and dug it up. And there's been far worse people that don't face anywhere near the $1 billion. It's. I mean, everyone knows it. He did shuffle away from something like a cockroach. Yeah. He looks like a cockroach, man. Feel like a nasty October surprise is going to happen to Kamala Waltz. There's too much smoke there. Yeah, no, you're right. There's going to be something huge because they haven't really. Waltz has barely been. They're saving the huge stuff on Waltz until October, and they've got a few more things on Kamala. Did you see how Waltz shocked his wife's hands? Yeah, no, I did see that. That was really weird. And even Kamala's husband was acting really strange, doing a weird dance. I need your opinion on the Miami Hurricanes. I think Miami could be good because transfer quarterbacks that are good, they end up, like Cam Ward could be really good, man. We've seen transfer QBs be very good. But Miami, it's the same thing every year. They're always ranked like 19th or 20th and then they fade. Chuck Schumer is really, really old. Yeah, Chuck, he's seen better days, but of course he's in our government. It is only 11 o'clock. I mean, that interview, I guess, just dragged on a little bit. Alex said that he was set up. The feds gave him false info so he would report it, and then he could get sued. Well, I did see something come out about the feds bragging about it with Veritas, where they brag about setting people up that they want to get with false, and they feed them false information. Chris, you're right on that. I think that stuff does happen, Chris. I saw it with Veritas and everything. It's a great photo of Chuck. It's a great photo. How did people like Kamala ever get married? I mean, dude, there's always, you know how it is. I mean, she's been in politics. It's. Do I think Trump will win? I do think he will win, yes. I just want to hear more about how I'm a fan. I mean, I like Alex for sure. I'm a fan of Alex. Absolutely. Thoughts on Ohio State this year? Easy schedule. I mean, I was looking at their schedule. They do have, on the road at Penn State. But yeah, you are right. I think they'll probably lose one game, and then they'll be in the Big Ten Championship, very likely against Oregon. And then that'll kind of, I think, decide their season, honestly, because if they get a bye in the first round versus having to play in the first round, it's they would. I think they're going to face Oregon in the Big Ten Championship, but so does everybody. Is Biden okay? Trump did talk about Biden for a lot, but I guess it's just the administration. Would China defeat Iran? Well, they certainly have more force than Iran, but there's a lot of variables at play, including who ends up allying with each country. And it just ends up a complete mess. All of these wars are a complete mess. One day polls show Trump up big in swing states. The next day they show Harris up. Well, there was a massive bombshell voter registration that came out that has Republicans basically getting more voters than Democrats in every single state. Not that It's at the biggest thing ever, but it does matter. Yeah, that dude, can you just shut the fuck up, dude? Like, how many times do you have to message me in the span of a minute? It's like 12 times. I mean, listen, I'm sorry for swearing. I think they were underestimating Jill Stein. What do you mean they're underestimating Jill Stein? Jill is going to get less than 1% again, man. There's no way Jill gets anything. 538, the worst poll site. Yeah, 538's really bad, man. Dude, the thing with 538 that was so bad, and they got exposed for this, they had Biden up over Trump when even Democrats admitted that they had to get Biden out, and they had Biden leading. When Democrats were like, I mean, they didn't even have any funding for him. The funding had dried up, and they still thought Biden was going to win. And so it is pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty similar, I'd say. 52 to 46 right now. Can we have something else on the screen? You don't like Chuck Schumer. Loving the energy. Am I more energetic tonight? Can I return to a mod, please? Yeah, man. I'll get you to be a mod, man. You're a loyal dude. I think I've seen you a lot. Crazy how the Pac-12 did it. They have lost billions. Yeah, the Pac-12 just destroyed themselves by not taking on Big 12 teams when Texas and Oklahoma went to the SEC. It's pretty crazy. Would it be a smart move for Trump to secretly help Stein's campaign? I mean, dude, it's not like investing money into that is very, I don't see much of a. Listen, Stein, I guess, is going to take away votes from Kamala slightly, very slightly. It's hard to really gauge on how much, obviously Hillary blamed Gary Johnson. Georgia Clemson week 1. What do you think the final score is? Probably Georgia like 37-17. Clemson's offense scares me, man. I am a Trump fan, but why do you keep banning people who don't agree with you? I mean, I don't ban anyone. My mods do it. And the only people that get banned are constantly harassing in the stream while I'm trying to have a conversation. College football is going to be insane this year. Yeah, I agree, man. Not sure why Republicans censor people. Dude, oh my God. I'm talking to my fans, and if you keep writing bullshit, it's just annoying. Go get attention somewhere else, man. Seriously. Can you please get attention somewhere else? Can I not just talk to my fans? It's like these people, they have the fucking attention span of a third grader. It's constantly, I gotta type. Go somewhere else. It's a pain in the ass. Gary Johnson, Aleppo. Dude, I hate the dude that asked the question to Gary Johnson because he just seemed like a know-it-all. Nobody knows what Aleppo is, let's be honest. He made it seem like Aleppo was this big thing. Can I call you? Dude, you listen, Eli, just send me a private message on Discord. Send me a private message on Discord. Thoughts on the Guardian caps? I think they look really bad. That's a good question, dude. They look really bad. I don't think people are going to wear them. I don't think the NFL wants people to wear them. It's hard, though, because you know how it is, man. I mean, brain injuries are so scary. So it's like, what do you do? The NFL has to do something. They have to evolve to where it gets better. Been watching Charlie Kirk lately, and he scares me how brainwashed college kids are. Yeah, well, he just goes to, like, the left of the left, I think, But yeah, I mean, obviously there's just a lack of life experience. A lot of them they just don't know a lot about politics, and it's almost like it's the nicer thing to be liberal. That's what they're approached with, and so that's kind of why it's all virtue signaling. Normally they're very weak people or women. I mean, that's the demographic. January 6th breakdown. I need to praise January 6th. Pac-12 will get South Florida and Boise State and make 14 playoff, or just make them independent. Well, I think the Pac-12 might try and rebuild with I don't know if this would happen, but maybe like North Dakota State and South Dakota State. Maybe. It's pretty good for safety, though. I don't blame players. I know, that's the problem. It's like, what do? They have to somehow create a better helmet that doesn't look like that. But, dude, the kickoff, I mean, I think the kickoff looks like shit. But it just looks like arena football. But, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, it's just the kickoff, but still. It just looks like arena football. And I know all the kickoffs went through the end zone, and it was dumb anyways, but the new NFL kickoff is shit. It just looks like, I know, it looks bad. I mean, I guess people will get used to it. Did you go to a church to worship January 6th by any chance? Yeah, I mean, I had to pray profusely. See, the thing is with the January 6th church services, you got to have one during the week and then one on Sunday, and the one on Sunday is the climax. You edge all week and then you let it out with the Sunday service. For a third time, I'm not censoring. Wow, thank you for that. I'm putting people in timeout. Well, dude, the problem is people just constantly are assholes. I'm trying to talk to the entire chat, and if you're gonna take up space with just bullshit, it's people that want attention. That's the other thing. It's like, dude, just go on another stream and try and find attention. You know, who do you got, LBJ or MJ? I'll be honest, Jordan for me. It is Jordan for me. Will FSU go to the Big Ten? Love to see it. You know, the FSU thing has gotten really complicated because now I think the ACC is going to try and offer them unfair revenue distribution, give them more money, but the Big 12 is also going to offer that. So if it'll be interesting to see how that works out, but there's more to the story. I mean, I think FSU obviously wants to go to the Big Ten, though, and maybe they're just waiting until they'll be accepted. As someone who attends 2 January 6th worship sessions, I agree. Can you pray to January 6th again? I gotta get worked up to do that. I gotta get worked up to do another January 6th thing. How much you want to bet they bring up January 6th? That's gonna be the first topic on the debate. But dude, Trump's been sidestepping January 6th. Permaban the trolls. It forces them to make new accounts and to sub. I mean, dude, but it doesn't. I don't really care about one sub, honestly. To be fair, or 10 subs or 20 subs. It's just, you know, I wouldn't do that. I thought LBJ and thought of a terrible precedent. Well, LeBron did have a moment where he was yelling at a kid yesterday. I don't know if anyone saw that. You see the moment of LeBron with the kid? He's like, hey, stop. I mean, the kid was like trying to get a picture or something. Politics, the policies surrounding diversity and ending climate change sound good, but we are very badly executed by the left, and people refuse to see that, especially the youth. Yeah, I know, man, but those kids, they have such a naive view of everything. It's hard to. I mean, that's why. They want to lower the voting age to 16. They do want to do that. Why don't they take mini cameras to explore the inside of the Titanic? There's just, honestly, Chris, you know what I realized? There's just no point. No one really wants to spend the money to do it. The Titanic's deteriorating. They already got videos of it and everything like that. Yes, technically there are some rooms that possibly could still kind of be intact, but they would just be filled up. I mean, the pool would be the only area, but they say that that's probably all filled with debris by now and stuff. And getting into there would cost so much money. It's kind of a waste. Who do you think wins the Heisman? I think the Heisman's wide open. Yeah, Ewers could win it. I could see the narrative for Ewers because he lost his 2 top receivers. LBJ too woke. Who, LeBron? Or the president? LeBron is an idiot. Well, LeBron, I mean, I wonder if LeBron gets into politics, man. It'll be interesting if LeBron gets into politics. Explore the Titanic in Minecraft. I have a video on that. Just search my name and then Minecraft. Or search my name, Minecraft Titanic. Predictions on the preseason games. Dude, that's not, there's no point in doing that. On NFL preseason games, there's no point. January 6th or World Trade Center 7 in terms of it collapsing, which is worse? Oh, they would argue 100%. They would argue January 6th because no one died from the World Trade Center or this building 7 collapsing. If that's what you want me to compare. Well, everyone does say January 6th. Does LeBron wear a toupee? No, he got some hair transplants. That's what he does. That's what he got. LeBron isn't getting into politics. He's dialed it down since the China stuff. Yeah, I mean he's definitely dialed it down, but you never know. After the we'll have to see after he retires. Do you think Missouri is overhyped, beat OSU in a meaningless bowl game, and now they're ranked within the top 20? Well, I mean, I can understand them being ranked inside the top 20, but I do think we need to put little stock on that Missouri game. I agree with you. Excellent. Excellent. What a name. MLB attendance videos get good views for some reason. Yeah, it's like a niche topic that people find interesting, and there's no competition, so that's why they tend to get more views, just because there's no competition. It's a niche topic. Things like that. As a Panthers fan, I think it's so stupid. Why not just build a new stadium in a prime location? Dude, the Panthers are a mess right now. They really are. In terms of their stadium situation, I can't believe what they're doing. Who says we're going to build a new stadium 20 years from now? I've never heard that. They're like, don't worry, guys. We have a new stadium plan. We're building it in 2046. I mean, what do we like? What does that even make sense? Thoughts on LSU football? They need a defense. That'll be an interesting week 1 game against USC. There's a clip of you in January 6th praising. Yeah, there's a clip of me on Discord praising January 6th. Yeah, I know. Panthers owner is a weirdo. He probably doesn't want to spend money. Is Bryce Young a good QB for the Panthers? It's too early to say, but he is very small. But it's too early to say for sure. You got to give him a little bit more time. IO, man. I appreciate that, man. Trump should propose a pro-marijuana plan to sway more moderate voters. I think that would gain huge advantage. And yeah, well, also marijuana is a touchy subject, or is a touchy subject for Kamala because she put all those people in jail for it. She imprisoned people for marijuana. So that's a weakness for Harris. I mean, there are a lot of conservatives that still don't like marijuana, though, to be completely honest. Would love to see me do an NCAA 25 Dynasty. Dude, I'm disappointed in that game. I really am. I'm a bit disappointed. Kobe was better than LeBron? I don't think so, man. Thoughts on Oklahoma? If society collapses, I'm seeking refugees in Oklahoma. Well, because they all vote. Every one of their counties was Republican. It is funny. Yeah, that is funny. I mean, Oklahoma's a fine state. I've got nothing. I never been there, but they've got Norman, Oklahoma. Is it over? What the election? It's over. Trump won. Trump just got 271 electoral votes already. It's been cold. Oh, no. You're talking about that. Yeah, no. Well, dude, it went on for over 2 hours. The Trump Elon the interview went on for over 2 hours. It was more of a conversation. They did it on Twitter Spaces. There was no video. It was just like a phone call we were hearing, basically. But it was legit 2 hours. It wasn't that short. A Rand Paul ad? Yeah, dude, Rand Paul, I've seen him with a lot of ads. On X, I've seen a lot of ads. Programmable matter. Have you researched programmable matter and its applications for technology? I just recently did watch Prometheus and the way that they manipulate genes and other, the engineers. I just find that stuff. I mean, I haven't, I don't think we're anywhere close to being able to do anything like that, unfortunately, man. I've said we were born too early, but I'm waiting for the cryo sleep, and maybe I'll do that, honestly. I'll just go to bed for a while, and then wake up and then see. But I don't know when the cryo sleep's going to be ready, probably. I don't know, man. They need to get that ready at some point. But it's only going to be available to rich people, too. And then they can manipulate time where you go into a pod and you can play 5 hours worth of video games or watch movies, and it only 10 minutes only passes. Remember, they're going to implant chips implant things into prisoners' heads, so it seems like they're serving years in jail, but it's only 20 minutes. I mean, this is all being discussed. Do you think Trump's deportation plan will hurt him? No, I think it'll help him, honestly, man. People, listen, people are a lot more conservative in terms of immigration. That's why the left has had to pucker up and admit that Trump was right, and they've backed up now, and they've said, oh, we want a strong border. And the reason is because Biden's numbers are terrible, and people know. You're not hearing anything about, people just want to chant. There's none of those talking points, because they know that this election is about securing the border. That's what people want. So it is more of a conservative thing, and even they think it is. Watch Interstellar after that vid. Yeah, I watched Interstellar, Alien Covenant, Prometheus. I've been watching a lot of the old movies they're not old, but movies that I liked when I was a little bit younger. I'm much more likely to watch your stream than a Trump stream. I don't like his 90-minute ramble fests. I don't think he streams. Trump doesn't stream. Yeah, no, I don't think Trump. I mean, he does press conferences, I guess, maybe. But I never seen him stream anywhere. It's actually sad how bad MSNBC brainwashes moderate Democrats into far left people. Yeah, it's a process that happens over the span of a year. A lot of it has to do with self-hate and this. I mean, all these people are white, and they have a lot of guilt. They think they owe the world something because of what we've done in the past, and we're not the minority in the United States, so it's our fault. I mean, it's crazy how different the West and the East treat their natural-born citizens. Yeah, Prometheus is an amazing movie. I mean, I love Michael Fassbender in that movie. I'm very sad what happened with Alien Romulus, and then, we're not seeing Michael Fassbender. It's very disappointing. It's because Covenant flopped. Will RFK drop out, support Trump in exchange? Yeah, he will, Chris. I've said that. I think he will in September. I have seen The Thing. I watched the remake, yeah. The CGI of it obviously was really bad. I mean, The Thing's an interesting... dude, The Thing is a devil creature, man. Have you seen the movie Life with Calvin? The alien life... that they got off of Mars, I think it was. I think that's kind of an underrated movie with Ryan Reynolds and Jake Gyllenhaal. Who will be the first president to do IRL streams? What, going around? I think that's a national security risk there. Who do you think the first person to live to 150 years has been born? Do I think the first? I do. I think they're probably pretty young. Yeah, they're probably pretty young. They're going to slow down aging, but I think at the beginning they'll evolve that. They'll slow down the aging process towards the end of your life, and it'll be like you're 85, but you're like 85 for 5 years, and then you're 86 for 5 years. They'll be able to slow it down. I don't know if they'll be able to slow it down when you're like in your 20s, 30s, 40s, and you get wrinkles, things like. I mean, I guess they could, but it's just hard to say. Prometheus was too high Q for masses. Well, no, because the problem was it was marketed as an alien movie, and there was very little aliens. It was about engineers, and it is a pretty crazy story. Thoughts on Hillary email leak versus Trump email leak? I mean, Hillary blatantly destroyed like all of her incriminating emails with a hammer. I think she destroyed multiple phones. Thoughts on the Joe Rogan drama? Trump shouldn't have said that, obviously, but I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think Rogan really cares, honestly. But listen, I think Rogan kind of did endorse RFK and then maybe walked it back. I mean, from the looks of it, what he said, it was like he really didn't like either candidate and he liked RFK, so I mean, it's kind of like an endorsement. Trump gained 1.5 million followers on X today. Well, it's not surprising considering his presence and the fact that he was dormant for so long. So people just probably unfollowed him, or newer people that joined the platform, there was no reason to follow him because he was not tweeting anything, but now there is. Did you see Biden walking in the bushes? Yeah, but did he actually, or was he going? Because that was a funny video. But I wish he actually like walked into the bushes, like made contact with them. But I mean, I saw the video, but it kind of ended a little bit earlier. Which of the 3 Rust Belt states do you think Trump will win? Well, I think he'll win them all, but in terms of favorability, I think Michigan's going to be the hardest. I think probably you could argue Pennsylvania could be the easiest. They're all very close. MAGA wants Harris to talk. Liberals don't want Trump to talk. We are not the same. Right. I mean, dude, that was such a weak statement they put out. Why would they put out that statement? That doesn't make any sense. Do I watch European soccer? I don't. Do you think there will be an explosion of technology that even our grandchildren won't be able to imagine once artificial superintelligence is able to invent technology? Yeah, things could get out of hand really early. And you just wonder, if there's other life out there, how did they handle it and things like that? It goes exponentially. I mean, technology just keeps expanding faster and faster and faster. It's like once you connect one together, then there's 2 more, then there's 4 more, then it's like a snowball rolling down a hill. It can't be stopped, and it just gets bigger, faster, and faster, and bigger. The technology evolves so quickly, and we're in such a different spot. Even then, like, I mean, how many people do live streams now? And even in just the political realm, I remember back in 2016, barely anyone, it felt like, was doing videos. Now, like, imagine what it's going to be in 2032 with this shit. Like, everyone it feels like, maybe because I'm just a YouTuber, but it feels like so many people are doing videos and stuff. Do you prefer talking politics or sports more? I guess it just depends, honestly. It depends on how I feel. That's a good question, man. Trump needs to win either Nevada or Arizona and then 1 Rust Belt states. Well, is that also counting Georgia? Because Georgia's a big unknown right now. I'd rather not believe in the simulation theory, man. I've never liked that too much. But listen, I don't like looking into that. Just I'm not a fan of that. But I mean, I'm not saying it's totally off base. There's a lot of smart people that believe that. I would just choose not to believe that. But dude, I do have a lot of deja vu moments where I'm like, it's really weird. But I don't know if everyone has that. Trump needs to win Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. Yeah, certainly North Carolina for sure. It'd be awesome if you could live stream during a big college football. What college football? I mean, I have streamed during college football games before. Titan Submersible. Yeah, that was a fun event. Or that was an interesting event to follow. I guess not a fun event, but. Should RFK be allowed on the debate stage in September? I'm going to say no, man. It's just, we need the most airtime for Trump and Kamala. I know that sounds harsh, but he just doesn't have much of a chance. It's hard to grant him it. He would need, I think, at least 10 or 15% in polls or something. I don't know. I know people that want him because they're independent and they hate both parties, though. Who do I think will win the finals? The NBA finals? It's hard to say, man. Maybe the Knicks. No. I mean, the Knicks have gotten better, though. Hot take, Harris concedes the election by 1 a.m. That'd be pretty early. I'd say like 2:30 maybe. Hey, bro, don't go at my mod, please. Please don't go at my mod. I don't have an Instagram, man. You should make a membership. I think I do have memberships. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to talk to my mods about some of this stuff. Who is currently up in the polls that we can trust those polls? Only Rasmussen. I mean, you can look at other polls. I mean, Rasmussen is a good one. About the simulation theory, if it's true that intelligent civilization self-destructed once they reach a certain technological point, then the simulation argument ends there. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to listen. If we did reach a certain point and then something happened, it's just, you'd think there would be more concrete proof. I don't know, man. They say it's under the ice in Antarctica, but I mean, I've seen videos on how the pyramids were built, and I mean, obviously it was a tremendous feat, but it was great with, I mean, the way they had to have understood significant technology if they were able to build it like that, but apparently they slid the blocks up the sides of the mountains, or up the sides of the pyramids at the top, RFK has just turned out to be a moron. I mean, RFK's, I guess, more liberal. I think the Celtics will repeat Tatum, Brown, revenge year. I mean, the Celtics are really good, man. They are very good. Who will be the Republican candidate in 2028? I mean, it's hard for me to say right now. Vivek might run. I mean, listen, this is the thing. If Trump wins, then J.D. Vance very likely will be, because he's the VP to Trump, and then Trump probably endorses him. If Trump wins, whoever Trump endorses, that's going to be the candidate. I can pretty much guarantee it. Because if Trump wins, then the MAGA base will support him even more, and it'll get even bigger. And then whoever Trump endorses ends up winning. It'll probably be Vance, considering he's his VP. All right, good night, man. X crashed for the DeSantis launch. Yeah, the X was bad for the DeSantis launch. I remember that, man. Conversation, Trump Musk was so good for him. Yeah, I agree. Transparency is really good, man. These trolls keep attacking me. I haven't done anything. I mean, I think it's only one guy. Just if he keeps doing it, you just got to get rid of him. I don't know, man. Trump is up by 4 to 5. I think that's a little rich. Maybe a little bit less than that. Nick Bostrom has the most compelling argument for simulation hypothesis. In my opinion, interesting stuff. Dude, when I think about that, for some reason, I just get really sad, like my life's meaningless. I mean, I guess it already is meaningless, just because of how big the galaxy is, but especially when you get to like a simulation theory. It's like so. I can't believe people like. It's just hard to wrap your head around. RB, what's up, man? Do you think in the far future technology will grant us superhuman powers like character? Yeah, I remember watching watching a Rogan podcast about that. You'll be able to have we'll be able to manipulate our genetics and genes. There's going to be no, kids that have, autism or any type of that because the genes will all be manipulated. If you could guarantee, two people to have, through manipulation, it is your genes, but you're manipulating them to make sure your kid doesn't have any big problems. Pretty much every parent would do that. So when that comes out, I mean, they've already started the testing in China. That's been like a big thing that they've tested that on babies, gene manipulation. But yeah, I mean, I'm guessing, but I don't know what we would. That's why I like the engineers. The engineers kind of seem realistic to evolve into that. Trump probably up by half a point. I mean, I'm sure it's close. Do you think we ever see term limits for Congress? The old people have to die, man. The old people are not going to give that up. And there's going to be enough of a push, I think. There's going to be a massive push for younger people after this election. Well, I mean, I guess Kamala's younger, but still, like, it was the Biden campaign. And I think in 2028, it's going to be a lot younger people. But I guess if Kamala wins, technically she's going to run again. But I don't think she's going to. When am I going to start vlogging? I would need a cameraman for that, dude, honestly. Kamala HQ page coping very hard right now. They released a second statement. Well, they got destroyed on that first statement. This is great stuff. This is what I'll be covering tomorrow. They embarrassed themselves with that statement. Trump has 1.3 million people listening to him on X. In spite of the cyber attack, Kamala announcing her VP to a stadium of supporters in Philadelphia, 500 people watching. Yeah, Biden's thing, dude, that's crazy. 500. I mean, people watch on different platforms, but that is a very low number. Especially on Biden's official account. Genetic manipulation is Antichrist. There's a lot of things that's Antichrist that we've already done. We are living in a nightmare. Well, it's our evolution, for better or for worse. And will our evolution get us killed? Maybe that's the biggest question of them all. Our own evolution is going to get us killed because we created nuclear bombs. Our own evolution is going to destroy the planet, unfortunately. But do we evolve to where wars are meaningless because we're thinking in higher dimensions? How do you think the debate will go? I think Trump will do very well. Kamala HQ, they constantly lie. The Kamala HQ just lies all the time, and then they try and say the AI photo is real. It's an oil painting. How is that? It's ridiculous. And then they're like, oh, it's real, but we used a filter. That's what they said. Why was Obama the last Democrat to give interviews? Because he could at least talk. I don't see very many good young Democratic candidates. Tyler, it's funny you say that because I know liberals who think they've got Newsom, they've got Whitmer, they've got AOC. I know what you're saying, but it's just funny because they think they do have like a really deep bench. But I mean, obviously, if you're conservative, you're gonna hate them. Trump is down right now in the polls. Well, he's always been down in 2016 and 2020. I don't care if Trump's down personally, man. It doesn't really matter. Like, I don't care about adversity with Trump being down. all these other people, they lose their shit. And I agree, Trump should campaign more, but it's like, my God, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to change the poll somehow? Manipulate the poll? Movie Free Guy has a good point that your life isn't meaningless, even if it is a simulation. You still have friends, family in this plane of reality, even if there is a higher plane. Yeah, I mean, obviously to us, you have to just go by your own brain and ecosystem, and there's stuff, obviously, on Earth that's extremely meaningful to us that doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. You're on a mission to become the first Hawaiian. You're from Hawaii. Do you live in Hawaii right now? Hawaii, man, you got a good time zone. It's probably like 7:50 there if you live there. How likely do you think Trump will win? I'll go with a conservative 95% chance. Yeah, no, I know Trump's not down. Trump's up in everything. You're right. Who cares? It's not cope if we believe it. Republicans are the party that is promising young prospects. No, I agree. I don't know about Scott. I would probably disagree with you on. I mean, I don't hate Tim Scott or anything, but the other ones, DeSantis, even though he kind of had a bad, he had a bad primary, but Vivek, Youngkin, Tulsi, Vance, possibly. Four hours, yeah, I can do long streams, man. But I mean, to be fair, dude, there's no way this would be a 4-hour stream if I was talking the whole time. Probably, it would have to be. I shut up for 2 hours there for Trump and Elon. It's 5:50. Wow, man, you got a 6-hour time difference. Is that based off of the clocks not changing there? I thought it was 5 hours in Hawaii. If it's 5:50. There's like really far, like a peninsula or whatever on Alaska where it's like so far behind us. The polls and odds do matter. He's minus 300. I know. But we have to calm down. Guys, Trump's going to win. It's going to be all right. Trump's going to win. It'll be all right. More likely to make the playoffs, Virginia Tech or UCF? That's an interesting question. I do like UCF. Virginia Tech has the easy schedule. So I'd probably say Virginia Tech, they could kind of slither their way in with an easy ACC schedule. What's the deal with JD Vance and the drag shit? Did you already answer the question? Yeah, it was a Halloween costume, honestly. Is it true the Democrats will legalize sex? Well, no, they're not going to do that, but they make it easier for those type of things to happen by having an open border for sure. And also, they've done some weird things in terms of lowering the sentences for people like that. Have I been to Pennsylvania? Yes, I have been to Pennsylvania. Well, I've driven. No, I haven't been to Pennsylvania. I drove through it, but yeah, 5:50. That's crazy, man. It's like dinner time for you. It's interesting. Other time zones. My actual concern is if Trump wins, Democrats may take the House and Senate. They're not taking the Senate if Trump wins. There's no way. Republicans have, even if it's 51-49, there's no way. If Trump wins, because then you're going to get down ballot voting, meaning, Trump obviously is going to help and carry candidates to victory. And I also think Trump would win the House as well. I just don't see it happening. If that happened, I'd be shocked. If Trump won and then Democrats won both the House and the Senate. Especially with the advantage Republicans have right now in the Senate. They've still got like a 72% chance to win it. Even though Trump's at like 45 right now. No polls in how many days? And the odds? Well, there was some polls today that were good for Kamala. But it's not a big deal. What do you think about the Josh Heupel offense? I like those type of offenses. I think it's cool to do. I like seeing teams score a lot. No daylight savings time. Yep. 8:53. West Coast. Tulsi needs to let go of her independent status and register as a Republican immediately. Yeah, she's on the verge of doing it. She got under investigation, Roger Stone reported, after she destroyed Kamala in that debate. She's gonna do it. Senate is pretty much guaranteed. I agree. I think worst case would be 51-49, right? Unreal Phantom, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I've seen Space Odyssey 2001. Pacific time, yes, Pacific Standard Time. You're right. Dude, Ted Cruz again. I love these alert sound on. I mean, that's a way to get your attention. But Ted Cruz has had a lot of ads like that. Putin said, "No way, I say way." Yeah. I'm going to go lay down. All right, man, I'll see you. Why do you think there wasn't a red wave in 2022? You know what killed it. Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade, and also, to be honest, I mean, Sam Bankman-Fried had a lot of illegal money that he gave to the Democrats. That also helped them. I'm not lying. He was like the second biggest Democratic donor. People forget that. And then he says, "Oh, I donated to the Republicans, but it's not public." It's all bullshit. Checking out. Good. Have a good night. Could a tsunami ever reach Ohio? What do you mean? Like, I did just watch Poseidon. I've been watching a lot of movies. Poseidon with the Rogue Wave, 2006. Very underrated movie. Very underrated movie. Even though it's unrealistic, it's a good survival movie. They don't make movies like Poseidon anymore. They really don't. Could a wave that I don't think Lake Erie could produce waves that big, man. I think it's impossible for a wave that big to be generated in a lake. It'd have to be some type of rock slide or something, but there's nothing like that over here. The biggest wave ever was in a lagoon in Alaska in like the 50s. I would love to see a photo of the world's biggest wave that's ever occurred. Pro-life or pro-choice? You know what, man? It's very complicated. I'm definitely more. I think I can make a very good argument for pro-life against a lot of people, but it is more complicated than that. You have to understand the people that it's just. It feels like something that I'd rather not get into, but not because I'm like safeguarding it or anything. It's just like all-time Minnesota football. They're average. The Gophers, they're average. Been obsessed with tsunamis. What's even more interesting is rogue waves, and it is possible for a rogue wave to capsize a cruise ship. It is possible, 100%. Of course, it's very unlikely, but it's possible. They say, "Oh, a rogue wave can't get that big." No, they can. Dude, I forgot to tell you, Dude, the power in some of the areas in Ohio is so bad. I got so lucky, man. I would have had to have bought a generator or something. I mean, dude, you know how angry I would be if because they came out and they said the storm wasn't even that bad. It was just really windy for maybe it was bad in other parts, but for me, it was just really windy for like 5 seconds or maybe like up to a minute. But I mean, dude, if you don't have power for a week, I mean, I need power to function. You're going to go to bed. You've got school. I'm going to get my schedule together. Yeah, man, my schedule's so messed up. I go to bed at like 2 or 3 a.m. I got to start getting a better sleep schedule. Yeah, you're right. It was in a bay in Alaska. It was generated by a landslide. You were in Chicago in 2022. You saw someone defecate. Oh my God. Was it I mean, it was probably a homeless person, man. It's because the storm that happened days ago. But it shouldn't have happened days ago. That shouldn't have caused the entire power on the west side to fall. Yeah, no. There is a huge infrastructure problem. When they cut corners and then it finally gets exposed, it's funny. Do you think that Musk interviews will help Trump odds? I think it'll. I mean, help Trump's odds in terms of. Well, dude, the thing is, polls are what determines that. I mean, maybe a few more people will bet on Trump, but it's not gonna. Maybe a poll will. we'll do something. Have you ever been in a big earthquake? There was one today. It kind of scared me. Yeah, I saw that on ESPN. There's a clip on ESPN of a big earthquake in their studios. What their California studios it would be for a quake. You like living in Ohio, man? I don't think Ohio's that bad or that good. It's just kind of average. It depends where you live, man. I guess. When do you wake up in the morning? Like 8:39ish, I guess. How you go to bed so late and post so early? I mean, I don't know. I just don't sleep very much, I guess. I had to throw away about 250. Yeah, a generator is a really underrated thing, but the good ones that will actually, give your whole house power, they cost about probably multiple thousands. I saw a small generator that cost $2,000. Biden got hospitalized. Come on, man. Stop trolling. How much sleep do you get? Like 5 hours, maybe. Malika Andrews. Yeah, Malika Andrews handled that really well. Do you think Gen Z leans more conservative than people realize? Well, I think that's been a narrative for a while now. Like, people started realizing like a year ago, and now it's a talking point. People think, Gen Z is more conservative. I mean, they're more conservative than, maybe a little bit more conservative than others. But even 18 to 29, I've seen a lot of polls that have, Harris up big or just Democrats up big. So there's definitely more liberals, but I don't think it's not nearly to the extreme that we thought it was going to be, because like 5 years ago, everyone was like, oh my God, all the young people are going to be conservative, or all the young people are going to be liberal. That's just how it is. And it's kind of been thwarted. A lot of younger dudes are conservative. Used to visit my grandparents in Youngstown way back in the day. Yeah, I've never been to Youngstown personally. Where will you live when World War III starts? Dude, if World War III starts, I'm just fucking... It's... I don't know, man. It'd be miserable to live during World War III. It's just a miserable thing. Everything tanks. All your investments tank. All this, it's Imagine dude, if the Middle East causes World War III, you know how fucking pissed I'm gonna be if the fucking Middle East causes World War III. Oh my God, the Middle East, every day there's something. Someone's gonna nuke someone, and it's just like, Jesus. There's just never gonna be peace there. Have you ever been to Michigan? I don't believe, maybe not really for like anything big or anything like that. "20-year-old conservative." Yeah, there's a lot of guys that are conservative. We would be doomed if World War III happens. Yeah, I know. World War III happens. Thoughts on the Mosh Pit Big 12? It'll be a fun conference. Very average, but very fun. Will the UK be the first one to fall in the West? Well, it's impossible to say. Obviously, the United States is in a great position no matter what. The problem is the nuclear bombs entering our airspace. That's the real big issue. But, I mean, the UK, I don't think would be... No, I think it would be the Eastern European countries. You could argue there's other countries there. Start a Patreon. Dude, I think like the only time I'd start a Patreon is if my channel got to the point where the chat just got so toxic, and it's like, I don't know if I want to do the live streams anymore. I mean, right now I think this is a really good, mainly because it's midnight, but there's a lot of just normal fans and normal people in here. There's been a really good. We need to tell all the countries in the Middle East besides Israel to fuck off. It doesn't matter. They just hate each other. I mean, it's such a mess. We need to do something about the Middle East, like take it over. I mean, but that would just create more problems. They would just there'd just be terror. There'd be terror cells in the United States if we tried to do that, and they would just have terrorist attacks in the U.S. I mean, no matter what you do, it's like you stick your you know. It's like they infect you like a bee does, and then it's got barbed wire or whatever to where when you try and get it out, it doesn't get out. It just stays. I mean, there's just no, you just can't do anything. The Irish were tough. I heard Ireland. Well, I heard Ireland is standing up to it, but listen, I don't know. I mean, I just saw like videos of them, the Irish getting really angry, and they started like assaulting the homes of where the migrants were staying. But I don't know. Do I watch UFC? No, I don't, man. Thank you for always providing great commentary. You provide me hours of entertainment. Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, there's a lot of channels I try and maybe give a different point or perspective, but a lot of us are saying mainly the same thing. If you should do a school project on January 6th. Do a school project on January 6th. We just left Afghanistan. Yeah, but I mean, we still have huge influence there. I mean, I'm glad we left, but it was just not done properly. I mean, Trump wanted to leave. You here for my DoorDash? I never get Burger King, man. That's a rare thing. I appreciate it though. John McCain and Romney were clown candidates. They were establishment, right? I mean, Romney was like the young, you know, oh, I'm conservative, but I'm hip with the times, you know. I mean, there was people were bullish on Romney beating Obama. Obviously, it didn't happen, but MLB is going to Bristol. I did hear that. That's kind of an attention grab, but I think it's kind of cool. Who did you think would have won the 2020 election at the time? I'm biased. I mean, I thought Trump was going to win, but I'm biased. I mean, January 6th OF, the pinnacle. And it's just like broken windows. That's the photos. People jack off to him. In order to be fair, Elon already did. Elon asked if Harris wanted to do a conversation. They denied it. As far as I know, that's how it happened. I mean, I'll have to look up some stuff and things like that, but spicy wings, dude. I don't know about spicy wings. This depends how spicy it is, man. I'm not big into cold pizza. I'd rather warm it up personally. I know people love cold pizza though. I was gonna make a January 6th video specifically, like a prayer circle with candles and stuff. Favorite soda? I always liked Dr. Pepper. Trump chances in Minnesota, you know, it's around 50-50. I don't know. All right, guys, that is going to do it for this video. Or excuse me, the live stream. So the Trump-Elon conversation, you know, some hiccups there at the beginning for sure. Let's just say that. But, you know, it's going to help Trump, I think. It can only help him. But, guys, make sure